All right, I guess we're going to call the meeting to order and get moving again here. All right. So we completed the review of additional property tax open issues, and we're moving on into review of government property tax exemptions. I believe LSO has the floor on this one, and thank you so much, LSO. Mr. Anderson, for bringing this forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. So yeah, this is on government property tax exemptions. And so just as a little background on this, the Revenue Committee considered this topic of kind of looking at how government property exemption and specifically the definition of a governmental purpose is in statute a few years ago. Ended up not taking any action on it at that time. And then last year, there was a case in the Wyoming Supreme Court that kind of brought this issue back around. So just briefly to refresh everyone's memory on that case, last year, it was State of Wyoming versus the Uinta County Assessor. And so in the case, the assessor sent the state a notice of tax assessment for some state-owned land in Uinta County. It was a little over 3-acre parcel of land that's held for the benefit of the state hospital. And it had been leased to a private party for the operation of a gas station since 1999. And the land had been untaxed and had been classified by the assessor as vacant state-owned land. The county assessor reclassified the land as taxable and sent a tax assessment on the property in 2021, which was not appealed and was paid by the lessee. Then in 2022, they sent another assessment, and that was appealed by the state, saying the land should not have been taxed. And so the issue came down to whether the land should be exempt from the property tax. The statute provides that property of the state of Wyoming owned and used primarily for a governmental purpose is exempt from property tax. And it provides that a list of things that are not primarily for governmental purpose. And subparagraph A says improvements placed on state lands by lessees for private or commercial use are not exempt. And so all the parties in the case agreed that the operation of the gas station was not a governmental purpose. However, the state argued that the underlying real property should be exempt because those trust lands were required to be managed to raise revenue. The court rejected that argument, stating that the Constitution exempts governmental property based on how the property is used and not based on the ownership or management of the property. The state also argued that because the exemption specified that the improvements are excluded from the exemption, that the exemption was intended to apply to the underlying real property. So, and again, the Supreme Court declined to recognize that implied exemption, saying that it would directly be contrary to the intent of the legislature that all property within Wyoming is subject to tax except as expressly exempted. So then in the response to that case, Mr. Chairman, last year, 2025, Senate File 81, the legislature passed that bill that would make some changes to that exemption for state land. So it says now, and this I think is in your packet, but subject to paragraph 46, property of the state that is owned and used primarily for a governmental purpose is exempt. For purposes of this paragraph, governmental purpose includes the lease of state school lands and state land lease for agricultural purposes. And then adds that new paragraph 46 that provides that all lands are exempt from property tax regardless of the use. Nothing in that paragraph will prevent taxation of other property, including improvements to land that are not owned and used primarily for a governmental purpose, as provided in paragraph 2. And then that new paragraph is repealed January 1 of 2027. And so those two things deal with state lands. One of the broader issues is that that same analysis applies to all kinds of governmental property. So Article 15, Section 12 of the Constitution provides that the property of the United States, the state, counties, cities, towns, school districts, and municipal corporations is exempt if used primarily for a governmental purpose. However, under the statute, there's different ways that that is described for both federal lands, U.S. lands, and the state lands. The statute provides a list of items that are excluded from being for a governmental purpose. And then for cities and towns, instead, it provides a list of things that are a governmental purpose. And for counties, it doesn't specify either way. It just says if it's used for a governmental purpose. And so the discussion that was had a few years ago is, would it be worthwhile to have a uniform definition of governmental property that applied to all those types of properties? So just real quickly, so right now in paragraph 2 for state lands, the list of things that are not a governmental purpose are improvements placed on state lands by lessees for private or commercial use, improvements furnished by the state to employees as a place of residence, improvements in equipment rented, leased, loaned, or furnished by the state to employees or groups of employees for operating enterprises for which there is a service or admission charge, and then equity interest if land is transferred. And that's very similar for federal lands. And then contrast that with cities and towns, which has a list of things which are a primary governmental purpose. And so those include streets and alleys, property used for the construction, reconstruction, maintenance, and repair of streets and alleys, property used to furnish sewer and water services, city or town halls, police stations, and equipment, traffic control equipment, garbage collection and disposal equipment, lands, buildings used to service and repair the halls, stations, or equipment, parks, airports, auditoriums, cemeteries, golf courses, playgrounds, and recreational facilities, provided that any charges shall not exceed the cost of operation and maintenance, personal property used for the care, preservation, and administration of city, town, or property, and then parking lots operated on a nonprofit basis. And then, as I noted, counties doesn't provide any direction either way. And for school districts, it just says if it's owned and used primarily for a governmental purpose, excluding teacherages. So that's kind of what I had on this topic, Mr. Chairman. I'd take questions.
Thank you, Josh. And, sorry, Mr. Anderson. And I apologize. Can you read to the committee that list of the items that are not exempt? And is that consistent across all entities? I mean, if you could read that again, just to make sure we have a clear picture of that in our head.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. And so again, this can be found in 3911-105A and paragraphs 1 and 2. Paragraph 1 is for the property owned by the United States, and paragraph 2 is for property owned by the state. And the list of things that is excluded is very similar between the two. For the state, it's 4 items: improvements placed on state lands by lessees for private or commercial use, improvements furnished by the state to employees as a place of residence, improvements in equipment rented, leased, or loaned or furnished by the state to employees or groups of employees for the purpose of operating enterprises for which there is a service or admission charge, and then equity interest of a purchaser of the land. So those are kind of consistent for U.S. lands and state lands. Then the difficulty is whether and how much those would apply to the other types of property, such as counties, where it doesn't specify what is or is not included. And then also, as I noted, the cities and towns where it has that list of things that are specifically included in the exemption.
Thank you. Senator Ide, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, thanks for that. Remind me, I don't have it in front of me, but in the Ag Committee, and I think we got it passed in session, where we temporarily took state grazing leases. So, all of the ranchers, farmers didn't have to deal with that until we got this all sorted out. Could you kind of just give us a brief on that? Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, the bill last year actually did two things. So it added grazing leases permanently to the definition of what would be included for a governmental purpose for the state. And then it also provided a temporary exemption for all state lands, regardless of the use. And that one expires in 2027.
Sorry. Other questions for Mr. Anderson? Thank you. Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is this a direct result from the lawsuit that UNA County brought against the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, yes, this was in response to that UNA County decision, that bill for last year.
Follow up?
Yes, Representative Wolf, please.
Thank you. So is the county not able to tax that state land now, even though the court said we could?
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think with that paragraph 46, that would make all the land exempt. The county could still tax the improvement to the land, the gas station, but just not the underlying land that's owned by the state, at least until January 1 of 2027. And that was retroactive to January 1 of this year.
So just to clarify, so I don't know when the decision was issued by the courts, but it basically it didn't negate what the court said, or in fact, did this just change the law now to where the state's insulated against that?
Mr. Chairman, so yeah, I think what this did was the court indicated that it wasn't expressly exempt before the underlying land, and this makes it expressly exempt now, at least until 2027.
And then what happens after that, if I can, Mr. Chairman? How's it resolved after that?
Mr. Chairman, I think if there were no further changes and that were to be repealed, it would likely, based on that Supreme Court case, go back to being taxable, as the other part of the bill last year just applied to agricultural leases, and that was not an agricultural lease.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure I understood that. Thanks, Josh. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stivar, I believe you got your hand up.
Thank you.
Probably over- Thank you.
The question I have is that lands that are purchased, University of Wyoming, community college, they become, correct? Hello? Hello?
We can't hear you, Representative Stivar. We can't hear you very well.
I'll get with Josh on that.
I'll get with. We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
All right, the question I have is, when a state agency or city, county buys property, that will become tax exempt?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, the property is exempt to the extent it's used for a governmental purpose. And so that's kind of part of the question is would the committee want to look into refining definition for all types of government property as to what is or is not a governmental purpose.
Follow up.
Please, Representative Stibar.
So, let's just take the University of Wyoming. They're purchasing, blocks of property there in Laramie, which is dropping Laramie's taxable property they've got. So we could go back and say you only get tax exempt on your land grant, but everything else you purchased, we could go in there and tweak that where they'd have to pay taxes on it, correct?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I'm fully following the question, but yeah, to the extent the property is now state property and they would be able to say that they have that for a governmental purpose, it likely would become exempt.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Anderson, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. When Chairman Locke asked you to review the list of exemptions or non-exempt, you mentioned in there that it's only the improvements that can be taxed. Do we necessarily need this law on the books for there to be clarity, or has that clarity already been made with the court decision?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I think there is still, and I would defer some even to the assessors in the department, but I think there is still some question out there among the assessors as to what is and is not taxable among these different types of governmental entities. Because again, that decision was only related to state property, and so that same language for a governmental purpose appears in all those types of properties. And so I think that's part of the larger question as to whether this committee would want to dive into that issue. I think it is a very complex issue. But yeah, and then as I noted, currently they're kind of all set up different ways in statute, which creates some additional confusion.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the follow-up. You also said earlier that this was the first time that we were adding in grazing leases to the governmental purpose. Prior to this, could you give me some kind of figure on what we collected for taxes on grazing leases?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, so I think those had been assumed to be exempt prior to the Supreme Court decision. And so that's kind of why there was this bill from the Ag Committee last year to kind of look at that issue, because previously the assumption had been that those were exempt.
Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had one more question. Would this then also affect, like, I know the Game and Fish pays taxes on the lands that they own. And I've wondered about their housing. I know Department of Transportation also has housing. I don't know if they pay taxes on theirs, but would this not also affect like where they're raising the hatcheries, where they're raising the pheasants? I think there's 2 or 3 places where they raise pheasants that they own. Would all of these places now no longer be subject to tax?
Mr. Chairman, I think the way this bill is written, the underlying land would not be exempt, or would be exempt, would be exempt. The improvement may or may not be exempt. So for example, if it's housing, that's specifically excluded from the exemption, and so that would still be taxable. As far as the hatcheries, I don't know how they've interpreted that, but I'd have to look into that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, could you just look at the hatcheries? I'd be interested about the hatcheries and the bird farms that the state has, and maybe look at some of the stuff the Department of Transportation has too, because they may have some stuff there that we need to look at. Thank you.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So any amendments we make to this, with this repeal provision in that one, we would slide up into paragraph 2, generally speaking, satisfy, and then this could be left alone and gone away with or repealed at the very next opportunity in whole?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So I think, if you wanted to make permanent changes to the state lands, yeah, I think that would be done in number 2. And then I do think that, part of the question is if you wanted to make similar changes to the other types of governmental property. So US owned property, county property, cities and towns, and school districts. So if there was a desire to kind of make those all uniform, and again, that's a policy choice for the committee to decide.
Representative Riggins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also in the description you describe state school lands and state lands. So are these improvements and all that handled differently when it comes to property taxation on those separate entities?
Anderson.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that the type of state land is otherwise treated differently, and I don't know exactly why those were called out specifically that way in this draft, that it came out of the Ag Committee.
Other questions? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just these 2 paragraphs alone, I noted the other day is like, tax exempt from property taxation regardless of the use of the land, period. So I don't know what the rest of it's for in a sense, right? And you see that in this short little thing multiple times, contradictory descriptions. So, matter of fact, I was a little confused when I first saw this because it's already in statute. So that was throwing me off a little bit when I see this in red. So, so the idea we'll be getting rid of that maybe if we go forward. So, that's all. Thank you.
Was there a question? Ran out of questions. Okay. Representative Lean.
Thank you. I'll ask his follow-up. How would this affect things that are public-private partnerships such as the shooting complex in Cody?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lee, and that's a good question. I think it would depend on who owns that property. If it's a lease of state lands, which I think it may be, then that underlying land would be exempt at least until 2027. And then after that point, if there were no changes, it likely would become taxable as they're going to be charging a fee for that use of that land.
So any other questions? Senator Ide, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I remember Ken Guile gave us a little testimony once on how we got here. Because, I mean, we've been operating like this since 1890, and now it's raised its ugly head. And I think there was something that happened back in the 50s, whether it was a statute or a court case or something like that. Could you refresh us on that, Ken, real quick, just so I understand again how we can unwind what we messed up back in the 50s? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gale. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Gill, Property Tax Division. You're correct, Senator Ide, Mr. Chairman. In the mid-1950s, it was a time period where the legislature was looking at getting rid of exemptions, almost all of the exemptions. I think there were 14 at the time during that legislative session that they were trying to get rid of. Regarding this bill, the statutes changed and put in that language as used as a governmental purpose, or if used as a governmental purpose. So the voters voted that in at the time. Before that, and Josh could correct me, before that, I think state land was just exempt, no matter what. So if there was a gas station on it, whatever, it was exempt. But after the mid-50s constitutional change, then as used or if used for a governmental purpose. So you're correct. And I might note, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, the Supreme Court finding actually put the decision on the legislature now in this finding. Because in this finding, and they say on page 9, whether an exemption should be created is a policy for the legislature and not for this court. So I think, to sum it up very quickly, I think the Supreme Court was saying, define what a governmental purpose is and make a definition there.
Other questions for either Mr. Gill or Mr. Anderson? So I have maybe a greatly stupid question, but so how many cases of this do we have across the state? I have to assume there's many truck stops or whatever you want sitting on state lands. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this literally the only case where we have this? Or something similar? I just would like to understand, has this been a situation where the local assessors have just assumed the land itself is exempt? What's changed to create this? I just need some clarity. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there haven't been a lot of cases. A similar case would be the Laramie County Assessor or Town of Pine Bluffs versus the Laramie County Assessor. That would be one case that went to the Supreme Court. It was on a city-owned or town-owned daycare, and the assessor at the time taxed the property and assessed that property, and it was taken to the Supreme Court twice, and they found it as taxable property because the town was actually running the daycare and charging an admission just like a private business would do. That's the first one I can think off of the top of my head. And then the state grazing lands, I mean, when we talk about the state grazing lands, yeah, I think as assessors, we backed off from that. But we never had the clarity. I think it was always in the back of our head. Should this be a taxable event when the state is leasing it to someone to graze? Should it be? Is that a governmental purpose? And keep in mind, the Supreme Court found a governmental purpose is its use, not that it's receiving money for it.
Mr. Co-Chair.
I'm trying to wrap my head over the two examples you just gave. The truck stop is on land which isn't taxed right now, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The land is not taxed now after the passage of the Senate file last year. The year before, it was taxed and was appealed by the state of Wyoming. And before that, I don't believe it was taxed.
So follow.
Please, Mr. Chairman.
So is the daycare and all that still taxed?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not privy to that now. I'm not in that office anymore, but I believe that the town actually leased out the daycare to someone else. So yes, it probably is taxable.
You understand my confusion? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, just so to step in, so because that was a city land, this bill last year was specific just to state land, and so it wouldn't have changed the taxation of how they were taxing city-owned property.
So sorry if I'm being a little thick here, but I have to ask this question one more time. So we don't have, whether these have gone before the court or not, how many different cases do we have where across the state where people have built businesses on state leased land? And do we just from a consistency perspective, are counties charging or not charging for the land? Are they only charging for the improvements? I guess I'm just trying to get clarity if we've got this happening 2 times or 100 times. I'm trying to understand if there's that kind of understanding, or at least to give us a feel for what's happening. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be a great question for the assessors. Because they are not to run them over with the bus, but they are the ones, doing the local decisions on that. So I can't think of a lot of cases. over my period in the office, but there have been a few. And it's government-owned property. Obviously, we're speaking about state-owned property here in this, but as Mr. Anderson he read through how the federal is one way and the state is very similar to the federal exemptions or what isn't exempt, I should say. The county, it's just a free-for-all if it's used for a governmental purpose. And then the city laws or municipality laws tell them what is a governmental purpose. So you can see this has been discussed in this committee many times, probably 3 interims over the past 10 years. And we've never really got the ball rolling, but you can see where that confusion lies. And I will also say, adding to what Mr. Anderson brought up, that the daycare was a municipality. That list that is part of the city, what is a governmental purpose, is non-inclusive. The court found that is not inclusive. Other things could be added to that list without actually being written in the statute.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking for clarity on wind turbines. We've taken those up quite a few times this morning, but I do know that we have some state leases where wind turbines are there. Are we currently only taxing those at the improvement built upon the land?
Mr. Gill and Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, I would believe we're probably only assessing the improvements and not the land. And especially now, after the law passed last year, for sure, there's no question that the land would be exempt.
Other questions? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if by chance the Laramie assessor, town of Laramie is here, but Albany. But for instance, they have a big trail system, and it's on state land, I believe, that they pay a fee for in Laramie. And so I'm wondering about that situation. Is it currently exempt? Must be. The land itself must be exempt in that particular case. Are you familiar with it at all?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not, but perhaps the Albany County Assessor is here and could speak to that.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So maybe what we need to do is see who else wants to speak on this matter. So if the county assessors want to speak to this, that'd be great. And others who are, go ahead, please come up and fill the seats and let's see if we can get more clarity. The bill we put out there last year will kind of kick the can. And so we're trying to figure out, do we keep kicking the can down the road? So anyway.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Ms. Huckabee.
thank you again for inviting me to the table. Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor. I have with me a colleague from Albany County that can speak specifically to the question that you had. To be general, when we're talking about the state land and the improvements. So we are currently taxing improvements on state land that are not owned by the state or used for governmental purpose. So if you have state land where they have built a house or they have built a commercial building, that commercial building would be being taxed, the houses would be being taxed, but the land, based on the law from last year, would not be, because it says for any use. And just my personal opinion on that was because they couldn't agree on what a governmental use was, so we just said for any use for 2 years. That way it just stops it from going to court again. So that's how the for any use come into that language, was because couldn't agree on what the definition of governmental use was. So and this is for state land. And of course, as they've explained, federal is a little different, city is different, and county is different. That's where the confusion for us comes in, that we've been asking for over a decade for this to be clarified in the statute, so we could be uniform in how we're applying this and everybody's doing the same thing. And you ask, are there any other cases? I can tell you that there are a lot of cases where the improvement is taxed, not the land. And even prior to this bill being passed, to some degree, it wasn't taxed because it was believed to be exempt because it was state-owned. And you have to understand, if we tax it and it gets appealed, we have to have legal counsel, and we have a variety of county attorneys who will not take that on. And so for many years, even if the assessor wanted to tax it, we didn't have the legal resources to do that. And that's why we kept coming back to the legislature to get this clarified. So we had some teeth in the law to know what we were supposed to do or not to do. So it's been all over the board. We have a lot of activities that the local entities are doing. State is getting a little bit more generous with their land and how they're using it. The question was about the wind turbines. In my county, have wind turbines. The wind turbines are taxed as a personal property item because they don't own the land. If that company should own the land is taxed as industrial. But in most cases, it's leased either from private deed or from government land. So it is currently not taxed. And as long as this is in place until 2027, it would not be even subject to tax. So with that, I will defer and I will let the Albany County Assessor address the question specific for Albany County.
Thank you.
Chairman, Representative Riggins, are you referring to Pilot Hill? Yes, so that land is currently exempt, but they do not charge a fee to enter as of right now.
And I'm sorry, please introduce.
I'm sorry, Chelsea Matthews, Albany County Assessor.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Riggins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So and that's a pretty good sized section. Is it a section?
Ms. Matthews.
It's more than a section.
Yeah.
Sorry, through you.
No, you're fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Follow up?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, so if you had to just wing it, what would that generally be assessed at? 640 acres or whatever it is on the edge of Laramie, it'd probably be a pretty good assessment, correct?
Ms.
So,
Matthews.
Through you, Chair, I would say probably about $800 an acre. Or $800.
and my follow-up, please.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking if this changed, what kind of an impact would it be countywide, statewide? And for example, how would the state approach it as the making up that difference? For example, the homes that we talked about that are already taxed, if they pay a rent or somebody's paying a rent for that would probably be applied to that rent, so the state wasn't paying for it directly. And so I guess I'd be curious what kind of impact this would have, pick any county, if suddenly these conditions were taxed, the actual land itself, along with the improvements.
Whoever wants to address that? Ms.
Well,
Matthews,
I'll take a stab at it. I think what he's asking, so if this was to be removed, there was some calculations done by the department as to what the estimated taxes were going to be. That was based on all the grazing lands. So when they did that number and come up with those millions of dollars that the state would have to pay in property taxes, that was taking into account all the lands that were under grazing lease because we had information for those. Now the bill that passed last year clearly made grazing leases, as Josh said, permanently exempt. So now we'd have to go back and identify the state lands that are not under grazing lease. And that's something we have not tackled yet, but we could certainly work on that and try to get an estimate if that's what you wanted us to look at. We just I don't have those numbers at the present time.
Representative Riggins, is that kind of a request? I think we would make that request of the appropriate entities, probably the department and certainly the county assessors. Thank you for that. Senator Hyde, please. I'm sorry.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, how would, we're talking about, county lands, state lands, federal lands. How would the federal lands play into this when we're getting payment in lieu of taxes already on those? Is there a formula or how would that mesh on federal lands? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, excellent question. We don't really know because we have been told, I have personal documents from DC because I did tax the federal government for some buildings that they converted from a forest ranger campground to a rentable campground in the summer that you can go in and rent it, pay a fee and rent it. The guy down the road does the same thing to his house and I tax his house. So I put those federal buildings on the tax roll and got a very nasty gram from Washington DC that said, you cannot tax us unless we tell you you can tax us. Now, I understand there's some people that are interested in that documentation, and I'm more than happy to share it. And at this time, again, my county attorney, in consultation with the legal counsel, is we're not going to take that battle on. Until the statutes are changed or investigated at the state level, we're not going to take that battle on. But they do, because he does refer to PILT payments, payment in lieu of taxes. However, that's a formula that they calculate, and forgive me because I'm not an expert on that. That goes through the county treasurer's office, not the county assessor's office. But it's not, we don't get what they say they're going to pay us. I think that's a fair statement for many years, that the calculation that was to come, none of the counties are getting exactly what they were supposed to be getting. So I think you have people on your committee that could probably testify to some of that as well. But that was one of their big arguments, is that you can't tax us because we're paying you PILT money, but it's not dollar for dollar and it doesn't calculate out. So without a lot of further investigation, I can't give you a real good answer to that, but I tried and I got a nasty gram. So I'll share that with anybody that wants to read it.
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps just to add to the challenges that we have, Teton County has an interesting example of a parcel, 623 acre parcel that is owned by Game and Fish. Game and Fish is actually the only department that pays property tax on their properties. And it is mostly zoned agricultural. It's used as a elk feeding ground and other habitat purposes. But more recently, in order to house Game and Fish employees in Teton County, Game and Fish just built 7 modest homes. So the question then becomes, are those homes a government purpose or not? So one is the question, should Game and Fish be different than all the other departments? And we talked about this at TRW earlier this week. But then the question is, are the homes of our employees a governmental purpose or not? Or are they homes like other homes that house employees who have kids, who go to school and should be taxed as other homes are? In which case, they will be, even though they are all modest homes, they probably, each of them will be valued at about $1 million if I had to guess. So that then creates a $7 million burden on Game and Fish to pay the property tax on what is now a much more expensive property. So just something to think about as we consider how we go about this.
Thank you, Representative Storr, for making this even more complicated. Appreciate that. Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Huxtable, how much time would it take? I know you're just able to speak about your county, but how much time do you think it would take for an assessor to go through and look at the federal lands within your county and calculate what tax should be paid if the federal lands were treated as any other landowner within your county?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Huxtable.
Representative Worf, I really don't have a really great answer to that, because we would tax it based on use. So are you asking that we would make the presumption that it's grazing and we tax it as agricultural use? Or are you making the presumption we're going to tax it as residential, commercial, industrial? Those are questions we would have to know. Identifying it probably would not take a lot of time. Most offices now have some digital mapping that certainly could assist with identifying how many acres, what the best use would be, highest and best use, a legal use based on any kind of zoning in the area. Those are all questions that would have to be answered before we could give you some kind of an estimated value.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Wharf, please.
I guess the way I would respond to that is if it was a landowner, just like any other landowner, if it was a land that could be developed, that should be taxed as developable land, or if it was nothing more than agricultural land. Because I think that's the avenue I would like to go down, and I don't want to task the assessors with that if it's insurmountable. But if it's something, because I do think that we're not getting anywhere near the PILT money that we should be. And I know we get about $37 million a year in PILT money. But I know that Lincoln County told us they're getting 30 cents on the dollar. And if that's the case, we're leaving an awful lot of money on the table.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Orff, give me a little bit of time to delve into that and see what I can find out. Because of course, every property is taxed currently and classified as either residential, commercial, or industrial, unless the owner applies and asks for it to be ag. It's not automatically ag. They have to fill out affidavits. So they have to qualify by leasing it, running their own livestock, those kinds of things. So to say, just like any other person, well, I have people in the mountains right next to the forest land that are residential, and I have those that are ag. And so we could probably put some kind of a value either way, but we need to delve into that a little bit because, as you know, agricultural is based on soil type, usage. I'm presuming most of it would be grazing, but that would be something that we'd have to do a little research on. So give me a little bit of time and I'll be happy to get back with you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if that's not going to consume a bunch of your time, I would appreciate you looking at that and seeing it. Because I'm sure that you're not sitting around with your feet up eating bonbons. I'm sure you guys are plenty busy, but
Accept me.
But I would appreciate that if you don't mind looking into that for me. And I think recreational property, I think a lot of the forest land would probably be recreational forest or recreational land that should be taxed at that rate. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you willing to look into that for me.
Mr. Vice Chair.
So
Co-chair, my bad.
if I bought a houseboat and decided I want to live on Glendale, I could pretty much avoid property tax, huh?
Ms. Huxtable.
You're going to buy a houseboat and live on the lake? You might get grounded at some point because it drains out.
I'll stay near the river.
The property, the improvements that are on state land, and I'm presuming you're talking about the fact that it would be owned by the state. The land is not taxable, but the improvements on it. So if that was deemed to be your residence, and it was not used for a governmental purpose, it would be taxable. How I tax it would be an interesting scenario, but I'd work on that for you.
What if I stayed there 7 months and 30 days?
There's a lot of what ifs here.
All
Thank you.
right. I think
Thank you.
Representative Lean, we'll take Representative Lean's question real quick, but I would also ask if there's others in the audience that would like to speak. And I would ask maybe Dixie and Ms. Huxtable and Ms. Matthews, if you don't get in a rush leaving, many questions may be more answerable by you. And I know Mr. Gill ran, but we'll try not, we might have to drag him. But if there's others who would like to testify, please come up, take a seat. Let's make sure you're getting, we're hearing from others as well. It's a complex issue, and I think we want to make sure we can ask enough questions and get some real answers. So Representative Lean, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your clarity earlier on how you tax the wind turbines. My question is, I heard you say it's personal property and that's how it's taxed. I also know that that's an optional reporting at this point, that we encourage them, but we don't really have an enforcement mechanism on reporting. So my question is, do we have improvements on state land that are currently not being taxed due to lack of reporting?
Ms. Huxtable.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, very possibly we do. We may know that there is a building on there or we may not. And even if we know there's a building, we may not know who owns it. So that's working with the correct agency to find out who owns it. I think most assessors are very diligent now that we have aerial photography and we have some imagery to look at to identify every building to make sure we're picking it all up. To say that we have it 100%, I wouldn't want to sit here and lie to you and tell you that we do. We strive to do that, but we have to know who to tax. Usually if you send the tax bill to the landowner, they let you know pretty quickly who actually owns that improvement. And that seems to be one of the fastest ways to get that figured out. We send the bill to whoever the landowner is, and then they say, no, they're just leasing the land. And then we know who to bill the appropriate person.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this topic? No one in the room? All right, you're worrying me. I'm expecting at least a small mob to come up here and talk. Oh, I'm just kidding. How about online?
We do have one person online. Jim McGagna is online.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you. Let's bring him on. Thank you, sir, for joining, and please proceed. Thank you for joining us here for this topic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the opportunity to join you today. My focus, my comments will be related to the ag land component of this and some of the added complexities that we see with that. When the Supreme Court handed down its decision, by way of background, the Office of State Lands Investments almost immediately put draft regulations in front of the Board of Land Commissioners, which would have said that all state grazing leases issued after that date would contain a provision that the grazing lessee would receive the tax notice from the county assessors and be responsible for the payment of taxes. One of the problems with that, of course, was the inequity, because had a grazing lease been reduced in 2024, it would have no taxes for the next 9 years because they're 10-year leases, but those that were renewed in 25 would have immediate be paying those taxes. But aside from that, we were successful in convincing the board not to proceed with that taxation. And then, of course, you passed this very helpful legislation. The other issue I see is on private land, the landowner controls the uses that are made on that land for the most part. May be used as grazing land, and as such, as has been pointed out by the assessor, it's taxed based on productivity. If that landowner chooses to lease that land out for wind towers or for any of those other purposes, then the ability to tax that land, or the method by which it's taxed, can be changed. And that was a landowner decision. The landowner pays for that. In the case of state trust lands that are leased for grazing, the grazing lessee does not directly control any other uses that may be brought into that land. And if the grazing lessee were to be receive the tax notice, they may be responsible for some of that tax, but not for the balance of that tax. So it becomes much more complex. The other factor that enters into there, on private land, the private landowner controls, for the most part, the access to that land. On state trust lands, the State Board of Land Commissioners have granted, in general, public access to utilize the land. So that too can have an impact on values. And the complexity of the system is such that, first of all, we strongly support this legislation and would urge that grazing lands not be taxed at all. But if they had to be taxed, we feel that the state land office, the manager of those trust lands, and the Board of Land Commissioners are the appropriate entity to be receiving those tax notices and to pay those taxes. Then whether any of that gets passed on to the grazing lessee or not is a separate issue that could be addressed. But the complexity of putting grazing lessees in the direct line relationship with the assessors for the payment of the taxes, apart from the cost of the taxes themselves, we think is a burden both on grazing lessees and on assessors and on the state land office that should be avoided at all costs, and we should look at other approaches. With that, Mr. Chairman, I won't take up any more of your time, but would be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions for Mr. McGagn? Question? Thank you again, sir, for bringing that information. And also, just for clarity, this bill, the way it was passed last year, the grazing land part would stay in place. The only thing that would go if we did nothing, I'll just say that, would be that last paragraph on that, but that would reopen this very issue that started this process, but that will sunset in 27, correct? Okay, just want to make
Yes.
sure I understood. Thank you so much, sir. All right, anybody else online or in the room who wants to speak on this issue? And if not, I guess I'm going to ask the committee, what's their pleasure on this topic? Representative Lean?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to keep this topic moving forward, but I feel like there's a few more pieces of the puzzle that just came to light that we need some time to digest before our third meeting.
Okay, committee, any further discussions? Can we just move this forward? Do we feel like we want to vote on this? Want to move this forward, Senator Hyde?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I think we need to deal with this. I don't know, like you said, whether now but I think my idea is to get it back pre-55 with a clean slate, essentially. And I think that's the simplest way to do it. I don't know how we, go about that, but I think everything was pretty clean until the constitutional amendment threw it all out of whack with the government purpose. So, but we may have to work on it more than just the simplicity of that prior to 55. So anyway, just a comment. Thanks.
Senator Case, please.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think we have to look at this in a little bigger way. The people spoke in 1955, and they said that if the government is doing things that private sector can do, they should be taxed for that. That anything the government does shouldn't go untaxed just because they're the government. And I would think that in a free market state like Wyoming and in free market members like on this committee, that we would realize that giving the government a way to participate in any activity and not pay any taxes on it is detrimental. And that's what the 1955 thing said. It says, government, you are tax exempt as long as you use it for a government purpose. If you lease it out for private enterprise, if you have data centers, or you pick the purpose that's not a governmental purpose, not a core function of government, there should be taxes on it. And that's only fair. That's only fair to the other people that compete in that business. And I'm just kind of surprised that we don't start there and think about it that way.
Further discussion? Is there a recommendation? I think we've at least got a request to keep it moving forward, and I think we need to do that. I think the question I have, is there a bill draft recommendation here or anything like that that the committee wants to consider? Guess I'm just asking. Representative Riggins?
Mr. Chairman, I would echo Senator Case's suggestion. Perhaps ask the draft amendment towards that applying of that taxation on the way he put it.
I don't know if I have a feel for exactly what that looks like. Senator Case, is that something you've got a good feel for what that would look like in terms of a draft or not a draft?
Well, maybe because I sponsored a bill last year on it, but it was rejected. But what it said was we actually spent quite a bit of time. It was about 3 years ago, right, Josh? We defined what government purposes are, and you had to at least take a look at that bill. We actually went through all these categories and defined governmental purpose in quite a lengthy bill. It's worth looking at that bill, and then you'll see it'll help your thinking about it. Josh, could we do that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I could certainly look for that bill and send it to the committee, but if you want to request a updated draft of that, we could do that as well, Mr. Chairman.
Well, maybe we want to take a look at that bill and
I'd love to.
discuss that in the next meeting. Take a look at the previous bill. Want to do that? Does that sound good? So
Yes.
we'll continue the topic and we'll take a look at that bill in the next meeting. Is that,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm good with that. It's worth a discussion. I was just trying to get the private sector with the same deal that the government has back before 55. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so I don't really have a motion, but what the topic will move forward at this point. But we don't have a formal motion on the table. As long as there's no concerns with that, we'll move this forward. We'll take a look at that previous bill and see if there's something we move forward on from there. All right, so we'll close out that topic. And now we move into, now we're finally after lunch here, so here we go. We will move on with sales tax and use. So sales and use taxes. And we're going to dive deep into this. And I know the department's going to give us more data than we could possibly stand, and I'm looking forward to it.
All righty. Thank you, Mr.
Director.
Chairman.
Thank you and welcome, and we look forward to this discussion.
You got it. Thank you, sir. Members, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of the committee, again, Brett Fanning, Director of the Department of Revenue. And next to me, I'm pleased to introduce you all to my successor here in the Excise Tax Division. Her name is Sharon Ream, and she has almost 27 years of experience in the Department of Revenue and in particular the Excise Tax Division. So I'm thrilled to introduce her to you. And when I talk about the Excise Tax Division, a couple comments just to clarify what that exactly means. So most of you know that that's sales and use tax. That's the big one. But there's also tobacco tax. There's also lodging tax. There's also wind generation tax. Once upon a time, there was an estate tax. All of those taxes, now you have an amazing resource in Sharon. And so thank you for letting me introduce her to the committee, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I will get started in presentation if there's nothing else.
Sorry about that, and welcome to the group, and I really appreciate you being here. And let me tell you something, your director, he knows more about sales and use tax than anybody I've ever met by so far. I can't imagine, but it'll be fun. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Eve, you're going to help me out with the presentation? Thank you so much. All righty. So, Mr. Chairman, the first kind of slide that I have, and I've started doing this over the past few years, is just a general quiz. A lot of folks really do like this because it's fun. And I've basically taken the last couple of my personal transactions, except for maybe one of them, and kind of just ask questions. And these are transactions that you and I are going to have every single day. And let's just go through some of them and we'll see how everyone does, including myself and Sharon as well. Alrighty, so is this sales and use taxable? So in general, is this taxable? So sales tax conversation on this one, we're shifting kind of mindsets on this. First one, so if you purchase a hot coffee from a coffee shop, okay, register your beautiful daughter for gymnastics classes.
Doesn't say beautiful. Maybe mine's ugly as can be.
Repair a car door from a deer accident. Monthly mortgage payment. Green fee at a local golf course. A hotel stay in northern Wyoming.
Definitely.
Okay. Bottled soda and candy bar from a local gas station. Okay. What if you fill up your car with gas? Okay. What if you get a haircut?
No.
Okay. What if you pay your electric bill?
Yes.
Is that different than your water bill?
No.
Okay. Entrance fee to Yellowstone National Park. Routine dentist appointment. Renew your newspaper subscription. 10K road race registration. And then take your beautiful wife out to a dinner at the steakhouse.
One of the three was pretty good looking.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here are those answers, and really the crux of this conversation that we're going to have is related to some of these items right here. As you can see, we've got, and I won't go through every one of these, but you can see that there really is a mixture of things that you're going to purchase every single day. Some of those are taxable and some of those aren't. And you may not even realize it, even if, and when I say we and you, it's all of us together, may not even realize that, because if we don't get a copy of that receipt, a lot of times we don't know what's taxed and what's not. So a lot of things, so monthly mortgage payments, obviously we've had a discussion about food today, filling up car with gas. No, that's not sales taxable. We'll go over that. We know that there's fuel tax in that gallon of gas, but there is an exemption that we'll discuss today that outlines that it's not subject to sales tax. I get this question a lot, electric bill versus water bill. Electricity is considered tangible personal property and subject to tax versus your water bill has an exemption. Okay, and then just kind of on down the list. As you can see, prepared food is taxable. That includes hot coffee, things ready for immediate consumption. But if I buy some junk food at the gas station or something along those lines, or say, for example, it's actually really good, healthy food from a grocery store, those are exempt. So there's no further questions with that quick little quiz. I think we'll move on. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a chance to ask Sharon how she did. So thanks, Sharon. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Eve. Next slide. So slide 4. It's important to note that there is a statutory difference between something being not taxable and something being exempt. And this is a complete mind shift between the property tax discussion that we've really just been having. All property is taxable unless there's an exemption. Sales tax, you've got to shift. Nothing is taxable unless there's an imposition statute. And then if we have an imposition statute, then we have exemptions. So it kind of see that different perspective there. So you've got to have an imposition statute in order for something to be taxable. Then we have exemptions. That gets a little confusing as well, but there is a difference. So when you say something's not taxable, lacks an imposition statute, it's important to note that this wasn't part of the agenda, but we do have 14 imposition statutes. So I think that's kind of, and I've emailed out that list several times. I'm more than willing to do it again. 14 imposition statutes. That says what is subject to sales tax in Wyoming. Then there's exemptions. So this is something where it would be taxable, but for whatever reason it is, the legislature's decided to exempt it. I wanted to give an example of some non-taxable things in Wyoming, and you kind of saw it in my quiz. Sales of real property, rental of real property outside of hotel situations, labor or service to real property. So remember, these are things that are not outlined in statute to be sales taxable. They're silent, but there's no imposition statute to make them taxable. Okay, user fees. Anyone have question on those green fees? Okay. Streaming service, digital products, a lot of professional services. These are just not outlined in statute. So again, I better back up real quick. So when these examples, when I highlight examples, so we're talking about accountants, tax preparers, engineers, doctors, attorneys, lawyers, consultants, and on down the line. When I give examples like that, it's not meant to call out any industry in any such regard. Because I know on Monday I'll have phone calls saying, hey, why did you mention my industry or something along those lines? That is completely not the Department of Revenue's, nor is it my intent. But a lot of these discussions, as we'll see, we get into it, they are for one industry. And that's not my intention. So please, I'm apologizing up front for that. I'm just trying to be as transparent and as educational as I can be. A lot of financial industry transactions, no sales taxability there. One of the ones that we deal with fairly often is there's provisions in statutes where if you buy a certain percentage of a business, then you can transfer a lot of those items without sales tax. That's another complexity. It's in statute to some extent, but there is a question about if they're not taxable versus exempt. But again, not taxable, that's kind of the gist of that conversation. All right, next slide, please. Wanted to kind of outline, we really got three types of exemptions in statute. And I provided a copy of our exemption certificate. Wyoming is a streamlined sales tax state. There are 24 of those states in the country, 24 of them. Wyoming is a member of them. All 24 states are going to use that same form, along with additional items, consistent definitions, consistent administration practices, and it really does go on down the list. But all 24 states are going to use that exact same exemption certificate. Three types of exemptions. The first one's entity-based. This is one where you need to provide an exemption certificate to that vendor, to that supplier. The reason is they need to know that you are an exempt entity. Examples of this: federal government, Wyoming state government, our local partners and political subdivisions, religious charitable exemptions. That vendor doesn't know that you're exempt or those entities are exempt until you provide that exemption certificate claiming that exemption. So that's an entity-based exemption. Essentially, there's an exemption granted by the legislature based on who you are, who your organization is. Next one, use-based. So this is also an example where the customer needs to provide an exemption certificate to that vendor. Use-based. Provided a couple different examples there: ag, manufacturing, resale, interstate commerce, data center. There's other examples, kind of like as I mentioned in my caveat. But these are ones, again, the company that you're purchasing from or the organization or the customer, they don't know you're exempt until you tell them. And for entity-based and use-based exemptions, certificate. Okay, certificate. All right, the last one we have is product-based. And this is the one that most of the folks in our everyday lives are familiar with. So product-based, you don't need to provide an exemption certificate to the vendor because it's exempt for everyone, no matter who you are, which organizations you're with. They're exempt no matter what. The most common ones, groceries. That's the most common ones you're going to see pretty much on a daily basis. Motor fuels, so when you're filling up your car at the pump, school yearbooks, newspapers, admission to K-12 events. Those are the examples of these product-based exemptions where everyone in this room, more than likely, over the past few days, had utilized one of these exemptions, and we didn't provide an exemption certificate. That's because the legislature has exempted it for everyone. Next slide, please. All right, who's ready to get into this? Okay, and again, I was at lunch and a couple folks asked me, "Hey, are you going to go through every one of these?" And I said, "Yes." That was my intent. That was our direction from the committee, and so I will try to provide some context. I know when we get into these discussions, sometimes the wording is not always written as clear as it could be. I'll try and provide some context, and please let me know if you need additional clarification. Our exemptions, they're all in 3915-105 and 3916-105. Those are our use tax statutes. I know we're talking about that tomorrow. but they're meant to mirror each other. And so I'm just going to go over the sales tax statutes and then note if there are any differences, but they're really meant to mirror each other as we're going to discuss tomorrow. They're broken down into certain categories. And the first category that we come to are for the purpose of exempting sales of services and tangible personal property, which are protected by the United States Constitution and the Wyoming Constitution. The following are exempt. Okay, first one, sales which the state of Wyoming is prohibited from taxing under the laws or constitutions of the United States or Wyoming. Okay, what does that mean? This is one, and Mr. Chairman, this was a directive as well. I tried to do some homework for you. Kind of two things. When did these exemptions come into play? And then how much? How much? And as I've told numerous folks over the years, the how much figure is difficult. And I've got a copy of our sales tax return in here. We just don't know what we don't know. There's a reported, aggregated, exempted amount sent in to us. Do I have an idea on a lot of companies what they're exempting? Yes. But that's only because I have that audit experience and I'm working with it. However, there are a lot of exemptions on here that there is no way to track it currently what we have in statute. And we're going to talk about that. I think that's the next topic, Mr. Chairman. But yes, first one, okay?
Thank you, Director. So you are going to go into that topic in more detail, just your ability to audit report.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we peel that topic off as a place we do a deep dive so we understand that. Thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Okay, this first one, sales, the state of Wyoming is prohibited from taxing. We administer this as sales to the federal government, and we also administer this as our tribal exemption because there's been numerous United States Supreme Court decisions that say, and really simplifying here because it does get complicated, if you're selling to a tribal member on tribal land, that is, you can't tax them. States, you can't tax them. I'm going to leave that point at that for right now, but that is how we administer it. This one was actually one of the original exemptions. I've dated it back to the 1930s. I've seen updates in the 1970s. When I start giving some of these dates, and this is searching in the archives going back further and further, there's been numerous updates throughout the years, and so that can be hard to navigate as well. So when I give you the timeframes, at least it gives you a general idea, hey, was this recent or has this been back as long as we can? The Emergency Sales Tax Act, 1935, that's when sales tax came to Wyoming, and it was codified a few years later. The amount of tax foregone, I'm just going to use that word going forward. I know there's discussion on it. The amount of tax foregone on this one, yes, we do have sales to the federal government in Wyoming. You can think of those entities in your communities. You can also think of sales to our neighboring local partners that have tribal considerations in their areas. But there are material dollar amounts associated with sales to the federal government. The next one, we get into the next category. For the purpose of exempting sales and services and tangible personal property protected by federal law, the following are exempt. Interstate transportation of freight or passengers, okay? Interstate, you're going to hear me navigate the differences between interstate and intrastate throughout this conversation. Federal law says you can't tax if you're paying someone to move freight or passengers across state lines. This one was also one that came into effect in the 1930s, and there would be material figure amounts associated with that exemption. Okay. Next slide, please. Next one, sales of, and I will go through a lot of these. I'm going to try not to paraphrase as much as I can. So I am going to read a lot of these exemptions. This one, sales of railroad rolling stock including locomotives purchased by interstate railroads, aircraft purchased by interstate air carriers, which are holders of valid United States Civil Aeronautics Board permits or authorities, and trucks, tractors, trailers, semi-trailers, and passenger buses in excess of 10,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, which are purchased by common or contract interstate carriers, which are operating in interstate commerce under the exemption clause of federal law if they're used in interstate commerce. Okay, first one, so this dates back to the 1960s, 1970s. What does this mean? This means if you're purchasing vehicles that are being used in interstate commerce, there's an exemption there. It would be a material figure, but honestly, really on this one, the Department of Revenue is probably not your best resource on the tax foregone. A lot of these items, a lot of them, go through our county treasurers, right? Because we're talking about trucks, tractor trailers there. And then we've also got other purchases that could be reported to the Department of Revenue, but this is kind of one where there's this quasi where all the information on the exempted amount is not all in one spot.
Director, so literally if I buy a truck and I'm buying a truck, a semi, and the purpose is I'm going to be hauling stuff across the country, I don't pay sales tax for that. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's accurate. Shortest answer, yes.
So really, I don't pay sales on tax on that locally. I bought it down the street or something, and I don't pay this tax on anything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Ryan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, while we just passed over it, but you mentioned the first sales tax was in the 30s. Is that right? 1939. And can you tell us how much that sales tax was back in 1939? And we didn't have one, and we funded our government up until that time with we didn't have severance tax then either, too. So just a little background. Thank you.
Yeah.
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, thank you for the question. For those of you who heard me testify yesterday, you may have seen that I do actually have the original Sales Tax Act of 1935. And so when I was cleaning offices, I found it. But there's two applicable things in here that might be worth noting. They came up in discussion last session. Okay. Mr. Chairman, through you, Senator Ide, the rate of tax in Article 3 of this Emergency Sales Tax Act, the tax imposed is at a rate equivalent to 2% of the price paid, and it goes on further. It was 2%. Mr. Chairman, worth noting, I did quote this yesterday, and a lot of people were interested to hear it. So again, the Emergency Sales Tax Act, I'm going to quote what the purpose of the act was. This act is to be in effect for a period of 2 years, from April 1, 1935 to March 31st, 1937. The act has, for its primary purpose, the relief of property tax by meeting directly the demands made by the United States government for funds with which to meet relief purposes, by meeting directly the demands of sorely depleted public school funds, and, if available, the removal of a portion of the burden of state government and institutions. So conversations we are still having literally to today. So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, that was, yes, sir. And
Thank you. And just for fun, I think it'd be great if you sent that clear explanation. If that explanation somewhere, point us in the right direction. That'd be great. Thank you.
yes, sir.
So we can all read it and enjoy it and laugh a little bit. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Okay. Going back to the exemption, you can see that I highlighted something in red on the page. It's United States Civil Aeronautics Board. I'm not sure this exists anymore. And so I would like, I don't know, I just think there needs to be additional research. You know, there's been boards that have changes. I don't know if the department or county treasurer would ever deny an exemption because we we can't because this is federal law, but it might be worth researching just to see if there's some cleanup language there. Something I came across in preparation for this presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I think the Civil Aeronautics Board, that was the old regulatory board that regulated the prices of airline service. It was eliminated when Alfred Kahn was chairman, and I believe it was under Carter.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you bringing some clarity to that because I think we are open to clean up where we need to. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Case. The next exemption there is leases of motor vehicles with or without trailers when the lease rental is computed from the gross receipts of the operation. If the operator is operating under a valid interstate authority, these two exemptions are very similar. So if you are leasing one of these vehicles, there's an exemption there as well. Again, remember, per federal guidelines there. Again, came into effect in the 1960s, 70s, that time frame. Next slide, please. Okay. Next exemption, sales to Wyoming joint apprenticeship and training programs approved by the United States Department of Labor. This looks like it came into effect around the 1980s. And quite honestly, don't know the fiscal figure on this one. I have seen this exemption used. That is something to be aware of, but I'm not sure the fiscal impact on it. The next one, to comply with the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, sales of food purchased with supplemental nutrition assistance benefits, so food stamps. Did everyone know that food stamps were exempt? They are. They most certainly are. And this came into effect, as you can imagine, around that time frame. I have in the 2010s. Okay, Mr. Chairman, all the exemptions that I've outlined up to this point are really ones where the federal government said, state, you can't tax these. Really, everything after this point are exemptions that the state of Wyoming, our legislature had said, hey, we're going to exempt this for fill in the blank reason. So starting from this point down are exemptions where the legislature really has some insights or guidance or really can look at these exemptions in a different fashion. The other ones are protected essentially by the federal government. For the purpose of exempting sales and services and tangible personal property consumed in production, the following are exempt. So we're talking about production-related activities. Sales of tangible personal property to a person engaged in the business of manufacturing, processing, or compounding when that tangible personal property purchased becomes an ingredient or component of the tangible personal property manufactured, processed, or compounded, and then the sale of containers, labels, and other items used to make that product. Going back to last session, I have gotten the most questions that I had received on this exemption in really recent memory. So if a manufacturer, processor, or compounder, if they're going to buy something that ultimately goes into their end product, they can purchase it without tax. The thought is, at the end of the day, once they've manufactured that product, it's going to be sales taxable. So that is the thought behind that exemption. And this is one that does go back to the 1930s. Again, this is a material exemption. It really is. If you're going to buy something and you're going to manufacture something, make it a new product in a sense, there is an exemption. A lot of folks, and myself included to some extent, really think of this also as a resale exemption. We do have a resale exemption. We'll get to it. But this is that component to prevent that pyramiding of taxes that could happen in sales tax. Sales tax is transactional. It is. But there's a resale component. There's an end user component. All of those things kind of go into one aspect. But yes, the answer to your question is, if they're purchasing something that goes into their product, they can purchase it without sales tax.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you take those common components you're just talking about, the materials of manufacturing, but don't we have other exemptions going forward here where those things that we manufacture, those final products are also exempt from sales tax? Is that correct?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Briggins. The answer is yes and no. I think I understood your question, and let me know if I don't answer it correctly. So we do also have other manufacturing exemptions. This is one for the ingredient or component. We also have an exemption for the manufacturing machinery that's being used. And then we also have an exemption for power used in manufacturing. So those are exemptions that all of our manufacturers can utilize. Now, when they actually have that end product, whether it's a fill in the blank widget, you've all got manufacturers in your areas, I know for a fact, whether big or small. There's really no exemption on the manufactured item as an end product unless it's one of these things we're going to talk about. So if I build a widget and I ship it out of state, there's no tax there. But if I build a widget and it's exempted because it's a interstate commerce truck or it is fill in the blank, then there could be technically an exemption there. But if you're if you're a manufacturer and you're making wood furniture or steel containers, or again, manufacturers can really be in depth. There's a broad spectrum. They should be charging sales tax to their customers on that end product unless there's an exemption. So please let me know if that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Parsley. You'll probably get to what I'm
Riggins.
talking about as we go down the list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lean, did you want now or? Quick question. So so this was, you mentioned that this specific law was designed to only tax them once on something. But tell us, kind of go over a handful of the pitfalls of, we built it, we didn't charge them any taxes, and we don't get any sales tax. They shipped it out of the state, I don't know, sold it to the government. Give us a list of how this particular exemption makes it such that we don't ever get taxes on the work that person's doing. That may be an overstatement, but give me some ideas where this one hurts us.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this happens a lot in Wyoming. It really does. It's been fascinating to see all the manufacturing that's happening in Wyoming. So for example, if you have a gun manufacturer that's in your local area, as I just outlined, they can purchase all of those components without sales tax because they're going to be sold in the gun. They can purchase a lot, not all, of the machinery exempt as well, because there is an exemption for manufacturing machinery, which this body just extended for another few years. And then there's also an exemption for the power that they use. As long as they can separately meter it and know what's for manufacturing versus not, there is an exemption for power as well. Now, what tends to happen is the thought with a lot of the manufacturing exemption and other exemptions in our statute was that these items are going to be sold in Wyoming, and all of us in this room are going to be paying tax on it. Well, that doesn't always happen. And, you know, we think about this in Western Wyoming with some of our mines in Western Wyoming. A lot of manufacturing, a lot of mining as well, a lot of mining, manufacturing that's happening, and then a lot of that will be shipped out of state. It does also happen with our manufacturers in the gun industry, in big heavy equipment industries. That said, I do know for a fact from my audit experience that not 100% of the sales in a lot of cases get shipped out of state. So there is some sort of benefit if they do sell to a Wyoming customer and it's not exempted. But what happens is we've become really good at manufacturing here in Wyoming that a lot of our folks around really the world want our products. And then there's no tax because we lose sales taxing jurisdiction when it leaves our borders. And so that's a challenge that we have. You think about in the refining industry as well. We've got exemptions on the books. We're outlining some of them. And then there's no sales tax on it because we exempted it because it's now turned into motor fuel among some other items as well. But there are those examples where something that's manufactured, it's utilized a lot of exemptions where tax is not being collected on the end product. But there's a lot of folks behind me and in this room as well that will outline that maybe there's other benefits, property taxes, jobs, a lot of other potential benefits that maybe are better or worse than the sales tax collections that would have been generated if that industry wasn't there.
Thank you, Director. That's actually helpful for me. I just wanted to understand the whole picture of that because that keeps coming up, on every one of these topics. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Ms. Eve, next slide, please. Next slide. Sales of feed, livestock, feeds for use in feeding livestock or poultry for marketing purposes, and seeds, roots, bulbs, small plants, and fertilizer planted or applied to land, the products are which to be sold. So this exemption applies, but is not limited to the sale of seeds, roots, bulbs, small plants, and fertilizer applied to land subject to a state or federal crop set-aside program. This is one that dates back to the 1930s as well. What this means is that if you are purchasing livestock, you're purchasing all these items for the agricultural industry, if your occupation really is to sell it for marketing purposes, then there is an exemption here. This is one I get calls at fairly often, and I don't know exactly the best way to word it to answer these calls, but you will have, I go into a store and I buy a pack of fertilizer, pack of seeds, I buy a plant, and the person right next to me buys the exact same thing. One of those could have an exemption, one of those may not. I don't have an exemption when I'm buying plants, seeds, roots, bulbs, because I'm not doing anything for marketing purposes. But maybe there's an ag user that's ahead of me or behind me in line, and that's just kind of an interesting dialogue there. Those calls do happen. But if you are in the ag industry and you are using it for marketing purposes, yep, there's an exemption for you. Intrastate, again, intrastate transportation by public utility or others of raw, sorry, my apologies.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for interrupting you, Director. I have a question about this livestock and feed for use. Do you have to have an exemption tax number to give the stores, or do they just know who the ag producers are based on word of mouth?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, love the question. The answer is no. You don't have to get some sort of tax ID number from the state. This is a conversation that we do have in a lot of instances. Now, livestock is exempt. It's one of those product-based exemptions where you don't need to provide an exemption certificate. But the seeds, the small plants, the root bulbs, and the fertilizer, this is one of those use-based exemptions where the customer needs to provide an exemption certificate to that ag supply store. If that ag supply store just uses word of mouth and doesn't have an exemption certificate on file for Farmer Brett, then that gets to be challenging in the event of an audit. So this is one where livestock, you don't need an exemption certificate, but if you're buying these other items, you've got to have an exemption certificate. If you don't have an ID number, we do issue sales tax licenses because there are some in the ag industry that need them. Then there are other provisions outlined on the exemption certificate where you can provide a driver's license number or an exemption a statutory reference in certain cases. We do have that on our website on what to do if you don't have a license number with us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that real quick. So how do you determine, you use the word if you're using it for marketing purposes, how do you determine how do you qualify for a marketing person or status, so to speak? You know, can you raise one chicken and one cow and get an exemption? How do you draw the line on that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Fanning.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, love it. Thank you so much for the question. There is some guidance in our rules outlined on what's for marketing purposes, but there are no thresholds. And so you'll see in a lot of cases in sales tax, and I'll outline this numerous times, it is a good faith purchaser agreement. Sales taxes and folks who are claiming exemptions for the most part, it's a good faith. Good faith in sales tax world means that if you're providing an exemption certificate to the vendor, you are knowingly claiming an exemption you are entitled to. And that's where that really ends. Now, if we get to in the event of an audit or something, then there can be additional questions. But really, sales tax is based on a good faith system.
Representative Lucas, I'm sorry, I'm taking notes. I'm way behind.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, so if I sell eggs, because I have chickens, I don't, by the way, I wish I did. I would be able to forego paying sales tax on my chicken feed if I had a certificate of exemption.
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, yes. The answer is yes.
How do people get that exemption?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lucas, yes, I've got exemption certificates for free on our website right now. The thing there or the detail right there is, remember, good faith system. And sales tax is based on if you're going to claim that exemption, that you can verify it and document it if the state ever were to call you or the Department of Audit ever were to call you later on.
Other questions? All right, sir, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Next one, intrastate. Okay, so inside Wyoming, intrastate transportation by public utility or others of raw farm products to processing or manufacturing plants. Okay, if you pay someone else to haul your raw farm products to a processing or manufacturing site, there's an exemption there. Okay? That one dates back to the 1970s and don't have a good feel on the number of tax foregone or the amount of tax foregone on that one. I do know it happens. I have seen it happen in audits. I just don't know the material amount. Next one, sales of power or fuel to a person engaged in the business of manufacturing, processing, or agriculture when the same is consumed directly in manufacturing, processing, or agriculture. Okay, yes, I do get this question fairly often. There is an exemption on the power or fuel, so electricity in a lot of cases, but doesn't always have to be just electricity if you are a manufacturer, processor, or in the agriculture industry. And it looks like that one dates back to the 1980s, although a lot of these ones, there is some ones that look like similar exemptions that dated back, but this one looks to be decades old as well.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Fanning, when you say this exemption is for agricultural, is that also going back to the one we were just covering of AIIIB? So those same folks. And then in addition to that, to exempt their power, do they have to present that certificate to, say, Rocky Mountain Power or Black Hills Energy?
Director Fanning.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, yes to both questions. Yes.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Fanning. This just isn't limited to agriculture. It says manufacturing, processing. For example, natural gas processing, where you use a lot of, you actually use natural gas for heat. And you also have a high electrical load a lot of times. So are those two items applicable in that particular situation? Do you know?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, the answer is yes. It gets way more complicated, but the answer is yes. There is an exemption for power or fuel to persons engaged in the business of manufacturing, processing, and agriculture.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Riggins.
So do we have the ability to know how many exemptions in that kind of category, industrial, high usage category that you guys receive or know about or have a dollar amount associated with?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, I don't have that information for you. This is a material fiscal note. It is. I know from my experiences because there are folks in every one of those categories that use it. The best folks to ask that question to are our utility providers because they are the ones that are getting those exemption certificates and collecting the tax on these items. But again, kind of like we were discussing earlier this morning, there's some confidentiality concerns there. And so whether to disclose that document or not, those documents or not is another question. There will be some items in our exemption process that I'll outline, but a lot of confidentiality concerns with that.
Director, please proceed. But well, just real quick. So you say a lot of confidentiality concerns. People are getting exemptions. You're getting a break on your taxes. I guess I'm going to take a step back and say confidentiality. Certainly the department should be confidentiality for you to receive that data. I guess I'm curious where the confidentiality line gets drawn. Because once these issues start getting obscured too deeply, then they're not auditable. That's the bottom line. And that I perceive that, I'll just tell you, I perceive that as a problem, and it's something I may want to discuss as we dive into this deeper, but I know this is not the spot. So thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. And that is something we'll discuss going forward. Next slide, please. All right, the next one, sales of power or fuel to a person transporting tangible personal property by railroad or pipeline when the power or fuel is consumed directly in generating mode of power for actual transportation purposes, regardless of ownership of the transported tangible personal property, except highway fuels, and which is used as used in this paragraph. Pipeline means a system of connected pipes and other equipment that's used to transport oil, natural gas, or other hydrocarbons from a well site to an interstate or intrastate transmission, customer, sales, delivery point, including between intermediate points along the transportation path. All right, this is one that was just updated last session, and but it does date back to the 1970s, variations of this exemption, but it was one that was just exempted, further exempted last year. And this builds upon an exemption. So what this means is if you are moving tangible personal property, really we used to just administer it for railroads and pipelines. And so now pipelines has been incorporated to include much more piping that's at the well site. Okay. This one does have a material fiscal note as well. Next one, wholesale sales, excluding sales of controlled substances. This is the most common exemption that we have in our books. If you go to basically any sort of business that's selling tangible personal property or selling meals or any business that has something on a shelf, they have utilized this exemption. They have provided an exemption certificate to their supplier saying, hey, don't charge me tax. I'm a licensed vendor. I've got a resale exemption. And this is one that every business is really going to use. That is selling tangible personal property. And this one dates back to really the beginning as well, 1930s. This has a certainly material fiscal note. It's the most utilized exemption that there is. in Wyoming. And when I say that dollar amount, hard to put an exact dollar amount on this, but we know that there are companies all throughout the world that are using Wyoming's wholesale for resale exemption. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's something that we covered in detail with our electronic noticing discussion last meeting. So I won't go dive into the wholesale for resale exemption again in this meeting. The next one, sales of fuel for use as boiler fuel in the production of electricity. This one dates back to the 1990s, give or take, a couple of reiterations there. But if you are buying fuel and it's going to be used in a boiler to produce electricity, that power is exempt. This one I used to have a good fiscal note on. I would say it's material. I just don't know nowadays on this one. I've still seen it utilized recently, but my apologies, I don't have a good fiscal note or even sense of fiscal note on that one. There may be others in the room who do, though. Next slide. Let's see.
Representative Lee, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, when you're talking about a boiler and its fuel, does that include the possibility of electricity, or is this just talking natural gas, propane, that kind of thing?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, it could be electricity as well. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions, follow-up? Nope. All right, Director, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next one, the cost of meals, food or meals furnished by a food establishment licensed under certain statutes without charge to an employee for consumption on premises is not taxable either to the establishment or the employee. This is one, I'll say it in a different way. So once upon a time, I worked at the local pizza shop, and I made myself a pizza, approved of course. And I kind of used the ingredients. I cooked it myself. Prior to the 2000s, that would have been taxable to the establishment. Okay, the reason why is in our statutes, there's a wholesale for resale exemption. But if you remove that from inventory and you actually consume it for your own operations, that's an untaxed removal from inventory. And so then there becomes a sales or use tax due on it. And a couple decades ago, someone said, okay, if there is a cost of a meal, and that's why the word cost is in there. So if you're going to allow employees to make some certain items on their lunch break or during their break time, you no longer have to pay sales or use tax on the cost of that meal.
Sorry,
this does happen too, Mr. Chairman. So there would be a minor fiscal note there.
Sorry, question. Please not reword, but go back and state that the way it was taxed before, the reason it was taxed before. You said it was material that was removed from the production capability or whatever. Can you just restate that again, just so that's clear? I'm not sure I fully understood that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You've got it. I'm going to go back to the pizza shop example. You could use fast food burger joint. You could use sandwich shop, all those examples. When they purchased all of the pepperoni, the cheese, the crust, and this goes back to when we're still taxing food as well. But there was a time when all of those items would have been taxable to you. Well, there's a wholesale for resale exemption. And so all those companies, all those food establishments are going to purchase all the items that they're going to use to cook our amazing dinners tonight here in Casper. They can purchase those without sales tax because they're utilizing the wholesale for resale exemption. Okay, you don't have to pay tax because I'm going to get charged tax when I go out to dinner tonight. If you remove something from inventory and you claimed an exemption, but you're no longer going to utilize that exemption, you've got to pay sales or use tax on it. And so this portion of it says that if you're going to remove it from inventory and you're going to use it to feed your employees, I'm paraphrasing, there's no tax associated with it.
Thank you. That's clear. I appreciate that. And Representative Lean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, when you've conducted audits, have you ever come across an industry where they've abused this exemption? For instance, an entire box of turkey legs goes to the employee feed when really they took it home to barbecue for the weekend type thing.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, unfortunately, I've seen that. I have. It's not very common, though. It really isn't. A lot of times, this will, when I was auditing for years and years, they just didn't know they had to pay tax on that. And they would have willingly paid the tax on that, no questions asked. They just didn't know. And so the box of turkey legs that they gave to the employee of the month for the barbecue, they would have paid tax on that had they known. It was just unfortunate that I had to come into an audit situation, see that there was a difference in the inventories there, and say, unfortunately, tax is due on the cost of that item. So.
Thank you. Follow up? More okay. All right, let's keep moving. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the next one, we get into a different category. For the purpose of exempting sales and services and tangible personal property sold to government, charitable and nonprofit organizations, irrigation districts, and weed and pest control districts, the following are exempt. Okay, sales to the state of Wyoming or its political subdivisions. This dates back, it appears, to the 1970s. And so it's fascinating on this one. It varies widely, really, throughout the country on these. You wouldn't think you'd charge sales tax to the state of fill in the blank, or you wouldn't charge sales tax to a political subdivision, a local partner. But all states do sales taxation differently, and it goes into different buckets. And so there are states that will tax some of these items. But again, it's really apples to oranges. It's probably not as wise maybe to compare to other states because it's whole different taxation structures. Now, just because if I sell something to the state of Wyoming or I sell something to a local county, city, town, that's different than when a local city, county, town, state of Wyoming, when they're selling something that's taxable, they've got a license as a vendor, just like all of the vendors in your areas, and collect sales tax on our behalf. So this exemption is for their purchases. If they're selling something to you and me that another vendor who isn't a private entity or a public entity, they've got to collect sales tax just like them, kind of as an equal footing type thing. As you can imagine, this would have a material fiscal note. Next one, sales made to religious or charitable organizations, including nonprofit organizations providing meals or services to senior citizens as certified to the Department of Revenue by the Department of Health, in or for the conduct of regular religious, charitable, or senior citizen functions and activities and sales of meals sold to senior citizens, guests of seniors, and meals delivered to homebound in regular conduct of senior citizen centers, function, and activities. Okay, a lot going on there, but it really means if you're selling something to a religious group or a charitable organization, there's no sales tax. Now, again, kind of goes back to the same discussion that I just had with state of Wyoming, political subdivisions. If they're outright selling to the public and kind of competing with private business, we've kind of had that discussion today, that's a little bit different. This is for the sales to these organizations. As mentioned with the state of Wyoming and political subdivisions, all states administer this exemption differently. It's really different across the state. And I know that in our work with the Streamlined Sales Tax Agreement, I know that in our work with the Federation of Tax Administrators. And this does date back to the very beginning, Mr. Chairman, and would have a material fiscal note.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around how do we track all this? I mean, how as a business, how do they keep track of all of this? The interaction between businesses, how do we keep track of this? This sounds like a free-for-all. You're boggling my mind, to be very honest, sir.
Not sure how you answer that one, Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, yes, in a sense, you are correct in what you said. Remember, sales tax is based on a good faith system. And if these companies are outright selling tangible personal property, then they've got to come to the Department of Revenue for a sales tax license. So at least we've got some reporting requirements. Now, the reporting requirements are not exactly what you're referencing. I don't get a breakdown of this one utilized this exemption, this one utilized this exemption, this one utilized this exemption. I've got one solid figure.
Yeah, Representative Campbell, please.
Okay, well, I lost my train of thought with that, but with all these exemptions going, I don't see how we can track this. I just don't see how we can track all. Oh, reporting is is this all self-reported, or do we have mechanism for recording this?
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, we don't have the exemption reporting requirement that we're going to talk about at the end of today. We don't have that. What we do have is if they are doing something that requires them to get a sales tax license, then we have some audit capabilities, we have some record retention, we have some other channels where we can verify some of the figures. And if you're reviewing or auditing one business and you see an exemption for certificate for fill in the blank reason and you've got a question, well, then you have the authority per the Department of Audit, through the Department of Revenue, then you have the authority to actually investigate that difference. So there is a check there. It is not 100% free for all, but it is hard to track all of these exemptions. One, there's a lot of them. Two, here's a good example. So I was doing my sales tax at the end of the month. Don't worry, you don't have to, most vendors collect it on your behalf. But I was just trying to see, I paid sales tax to 26 different vendors in a month, right? That's a lot. How many exemptions did I myself, Brett, utilize in a given month? And would I want to send that into the Department of Revenue? Okay, so I bought fuel, so I didn't pay sales tax on that. I bought a ton of grocery store food. I had something shipped to me, so I didn't pay sales tax on outbound freight. And so then you get into this really, okay, is that something you want to make businesses do? If it's something citizens should do? A lot of conversations there, let alone, as I outlined on one of my first couple slides, the Department of Revenue doesn't license everyone. We don't. We only license folks that have an imposition statute. Now that could change. That certainly could. I don't know what that would look like, but a lot of states have other tools available because they have an income tax. The Department of Revenue is not advocating for, nor is requesting, nor is fill in the blank. That's not the premise of the discussion. The premise of that discussion is if you make any income in that state, their Department of Revenue or appropriate entity knows. We just don't have that tracking purposes. Right now in Wyoming, taxation, is it based on the sale? Okay, well, that's a sales tax. Is it based on the value? Okay, that's a property tax. Or is it based on how much money you make? And that's an income tax. And so that's the discussion that I heard earlier this morning is what is that conversation around the reporting of all the exemptions in that context, not just related to the sales tax there.
Representative Campbell. Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up, Director. Would you have any recommendations for the committee on that?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, much bigger than the Department of Revenue because there's a lot of stakeholders involved that could contribute really good pieces to that. And I think that conversation is going to come out in the next topic on the agenda. It just has to, because that's what that discussion is. And the Department of Revenue, along with a lot of folks sitting behind me, have started that conversation going back several years. So I think that's a good answer for right now, Representative Campbell. If so.
Thank you, Director, and please proceed. I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's see. All right, I think we've got the religious and charitable. Okay, thank you, LSO. The next one, occasional sales made by religious or charitable organizations for fundraising purposes for the conduct of regular religious or charitable functions and activities and not in the course of regular business. For the purposes of this subparagraph, regular business means the habitual or regular activity of the organization, excluding any incidental or occasional operation. Okay, dates back to the 1970s. This one's a challenge for me, both as at the administrative level and then just for me as a consumer, because it's one of our few exemptions on the sales side. As I've mentioned before, a lot of times it's the purchaser who's having to provide exemption certificates or everything's exempt. But this one, if I purchase something at a fundraiser or an event, how do I know as the purchaser, just me, myself, not with the Department of Revenue, how do I know that's being used for a religious or charitable for fundraising purposes? And yes, I do have an idea. I went to the event, I know, but if I purchase something and I get a receipt and I don't see sales tax on it, and should I charge myself a sales or use tax on that? So that's just one. But at the end of the day, again, this exemption is if you're a religious or charitable organization and you're doing something for fundraising, you don't have to charge sales tax to those customers.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, can you tell me, is there either a statute definition or do we use just the common definition for charitable? Is it a nonprofit? Do you know the answer to that?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, it depends on where you look in statute on this. There's going to be a variety of definitions related around this topic. To answer your question specifically, there is some statutory language in 3915-101 that relates to this. And we do also have it in our Department of Revenue Chapter 2 rules on kind of what outlines a charitable organization. I think okay, on this topic, if the entity is a 501c3, and this is outlined in our rules, Department of Revenue Chapter 2 rules, you're a 501c3, the Department of Revenue will almost always grant that exemption for those customers. They can get a revenue ID number from our office, just like it was mentioned before. What happens if you don't have that documentation? If they're not a 501c3, then there are some additional checks that the Department of Revenue will come through or verify if that purchaser, if that entity comes to the Department of Revenue. If they don't come through the Department of Revenue and just provide an exemption certificate with inaccurate information, that's where that challenge would be, Chairman Locke and Representative Lean. Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next one, sales to a joint powers board organized under the Wyoming Joint Powers Act. This one dates back to the 1980s. This really goes back to a lot of the state of Wyoming political subdivision, when those governmental entities come together for a common purpose. If you're going to make a sale to that entity, they're going to build, a trail system or fill in the blank. That is, there is an exemption to that entity. Kind of goes along the lines of the political subdivision and state of Wyoming exemptions. I don't have a fiscal feel on this one. I just really don't. Although it may be, since there's governmental entities involved, it may be able to be found somewhere. I just don't have that in front of me.
Question for you. Is this specific? So whatever the entity is this a public or a private or could be either entity?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there may be other folks that may be able to answer this better than I can.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Senator Case.
joint powers boards, there are a couple different places in our statute, but like two cities can form a joint powers board, a city and a school district can do it. They're all, the underlying thing is a governmental entity, and it extends the powers to a cooperative of the two or more governmental entities. And I believe we can form them with the tribes now. That was special legislation several years ago.
So Senator, so for clarification, they could be a public or a private entity or mostly private?
I think you have to say they're exclusively public.
Okay.
It depends what you consider the tribal governments as, but we have several places in our law where we allow our state and local governments to coordinate with the tribes and their governments.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
sir.
the only private that could be called private that I'm aware of in the Joint Powers Board statute.
Thank you, sir. So most of them should be, would normally be a public entity. Thank you, sir. Just trying to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next one, the sales price of admission to county or municipal-owned recreation facilities such as swimming pools, athletic facilities, and rec centers. A few folks on this committee may recall when I asked this question a few years ago. This exemption is on the books, so the sales price of admission to a county or municipally owned recreation facility. And I told you earlier in my slides that we don't charge sales tax on some of those items. And so I had asked the committee, I was like, we have an exemption on the books, but there's not necessarily a clear imposition statute related to this same exemption. And I essentially asked the committee, I was like, do you want to charge sales tax on green fees and ski lift tickets and charges to fill in the blank facilities? And the answer at the time was a resounding no. And so right now, this exemption, and it was updated, the wording a few years ago as well, but this is an exemption that's on the books where the Department of Revenue doesn't always administer everything related to this exemption on the other side as taxable. It's confusing. It really is. This one dates back at least to the 1980s. But there is an exemption, and we would administer it as not taxable even if it was not to a county or municipally owned recreation facility. Maybe that's the better way to discuss it, is this sales price would be exempt no matter which facility you attended.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Chairman Locke. Director, my question comes with public-private partnerships such as the shooting complex. If the state owns the land that it's on, but it's being operated by a private industry, would it then fall under this exemption?
Director, please.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, in the sales tax world, that is not as the most underlying factor it is in the property tax world. Right now, we would say that shooting range, I pay $5 to go see that beautiful facility and shoot off a couple of rounds, would not be subject to sales tax right now.
Interesting. Follow up? Okay, all right.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. Next one, labor or service charges, including transportation and travel for the repair, alteration, or improvement of real property or tangible personal property owned by or incorporated in projects under contract to the state of Wyoming or any of its political subdivisions, including irrigation districts and weed and pest control districts. This one dates back to the 1980s. And for those of you who've had this presentation with me before, this one, I don't know exactly quite what it means. And I say that with all full transparency, and here's the why. So the labor service charges, including transportation and travel for the repair, alteration, or improvement of real property. Okay, work to real property is not taxable. And not taxable. And then if I'm selling something, including tangible personal property owned by or incorporated under projects under contract to the state of Wyoming or its political subdivisions, does that mean I'm selling something to the state of Wyoming and to these other political subdivisions? Or does this mean that if I'm operating under a contract to the state of Wyoming, so I'm a contractor to the state of Wyoming, does that mean there's an exemption? Well, if that's the case, we've had some court cases on this. And one of the most recent examples was working in the oil fields on state lands. Well, paraphrasing the really detailed discussion there is the invoice wasn't to the state of Wyoming, it was to someone else. Okay, is this a remnant from previous statutes? I'm not exactly sure either, because it's I have it going back to at least the 1980s. And so this is one where labor to real property is exempt pretty much everywhere, and we'll take being outside the well site for now because the rules are different there. But then if I sell something to the state of Wyoming or its political subdivisions, there's already an exemption there. But we do have other provisions and statutes that say contractors, folks who are working on real property, are the end users of materials and pay the sales tax on the materials no matter who they're working for. So this is just one, and there may be some other insight, and that's why I always come with full transparency to this committee. This one, maybe there's more insight out there than the Department of Revenue has, at least at our fingertips right now. Okay. Alrighty. Next one, the next two are very similar. There's the irrigation districts and weed and pest control districts. Again, remember, we're under that same kind of political subdivision, state of Wyoming type exemptions. Next one, intrastate, so inside Wyoming, transit of persons, services by a government, charitable, or nonprofit organization. Okay, so if you are paying the government or you are moving people inside Wyoming and it's by a government, charity, or nonprofit organization, there's an exemption there. As you can kind of see, there's an imposition statute for intrastate transportation. And then there is these exemptions by certain entities to exempt those items. Okay. And the SERS to the irrigation district, weed and pest, those date back to the 1990s. And I don't have a good understanding on the fiscal impacts with those ones. So next slide, please. Okay, we get into a different section. For the purposes of exempting sales and services of tangible personal property, which are alternatively taxed, the following are exempt. Okay, so these are ones you got to think in your mind, they may be taxed in a different form. And I'll go through some of those. Sales of transportable homes after the tax has been paid one time. And transportable homes, really a completely different animal. There's titles involved. They're going to ultimately become real property in some aspects. And so there's a discussion to be had on that one. Dates back to at least to the 1970s. Transportable homes are also only taxed at 70% of the purchase price. And that's one time. Okay, but there are differences, and I think some of the folks in the audience too may be able to outline some of those differences better than I can. But transportable homes are a different animal, just based upon how the taxation works with them. Next one, Mr. Chairman, sales of gasoline or gasohol used on the road. And this is one I'll paraphrase. This exemption essentially means that you don't pay sales tax at the pump on motor fuels. It is important to note, because I get asked this question very often, is so there's fuel tax in a gallon of gasoline, but there's an exemption for sales tax. Tobacco products don't have the same exemption. And I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, it's just a question that I get asked all the time. So if I buy a can of chew or a pack of cigarettes, there's tobacco tax in there. There is. But then I've also got to pay sales tax on it. Okay? Not double taxation, two different types of taxes. But it's important to note because a lot of folks say it's double taxation on the tobacco side, or they ask why there isn't sales tax on gasoline, even though there's fuel tax inside of it. Well, it's because there's an exemption. Next one. And when did that exemption come into play? This one was a challenge for me. Looks like the 1980s. So it's at least decades old, at least. But when I was going through this too, there are remnants of that exemption as well. So that's why I kind of say you can take a little bit of grain of salt when I give you the time, because there's remnants and ideas that I was able to find throughout multiple decades when researching through the state library archives. Okay. Mr. Chairman, last one on this slide. Gratuities or tips which are offered to tipped employees as specified in per statute are exempt, whether the tax is offered by the consumer or separately invoiced by the seller. I remember this one. It came in from the 2010s. Voluntary tips had essentially, for as long as I can remember, always been not subject to sales tax. So I went to an amazing restaurant here in Casper last night, and the waitress, she was amazing. So I gave her a really good tip. And that tip is not subject to sales tax. And that's been for as long as I can remember. There was a time when, so say we all wanted to go out to dinner tonight, and we wanted to choose one of our favorite restaurants here in Casper. And you know how on the bottom line, the fine print, they say, hey, we're going to charge you 20% for parties of 6 or more. There was a time when that was sales taxable because it was incorporated in the sales price necessary to get that meal. This one, it's exempted now. So that mandatory gratuity is no longer subject to sales tax. This is one, there have been in several renditions throughout our history on sales tax, because there are certain cases where it can be included as part of the sales price of the meal, and there's been discussion on that. Voluntary tips have really always been, because they're after the taxation events kind of happened. But mandatory gratuities, you know the price of that when it ultimately happened. And so as of right now, the latest rendition, the vast majority of the time, those are exempt.
Director, committee, if you guys are okay, why don't you say we take maybe a quick 10-minute break and give everyone a short break from hammering through this data, and we'll just be back in 10.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move through these a little quicker. Just wanted everybody to know. Thank you. And Director, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next exemption and the next exemption category is sales of tangible personal property, which are essential human goods and services. Intrastate transportation of public utility or others of sick, injured, or deceased persons by ambulance or hearse dates back to the 1970s. And if you are paying someone to transport that category of folks, there is no sales tax associated with it. The next one, sales of tangible personal property sold under a prescription. So remember that in the back of your head, prescription, prescription. Drugs for human relief, excluding over-the-counter drugs. Insulin for human relief and any syringe, needle, or other device necessary for the administration thereof. Exempt oxygen for medical use. Blood plasma, prosthetic devices, hearing aids, eyeglasses, contact lenses, mobility enhancing equipment, durable medical equipment, and any assistive device. And then there is a definition of a assistive device in there as well. This one really dates back to the 2000s, but in collaboration with Wyoming statutes, the streamlined sales tax agreement, and Department of Revenue rules, we do have a lot of definitions for the items that are outlined in that exemption. But really, there's an exemption for a lot of medical items that are sold under a prescription. Next slide, please. Next one, sales of all non-capitalized equipment and disposable supplies which are used in the direct medical or dental care of a patient. This exemption to the subparagraph shall not apply to capitalized equipment or office supplies used in the normal course of business. Dates back to the 1990s. It's my understanding there was a court case and then it was later codified in statute based on this one. Next, sales of water delivered by pipeline or truck dates back to the 2000s. This has a variety of uses. Sales of water delivered by pipeline or truck. Next one, been referenced several times today, sales of food for domestic home consumption dates back to the early 2000s. I do know this was discussed yesterday in a different committee related to groceries. There was a fiscal note that the Department of Revenue and LSO partnered up to come up with that figure. But that was really all of the discussion that happened there. Next one, the next category, the purpose of exempting sales and services provided primarily to businesses. Interstate, so between states, and intrastate transportation, so within Wyoming, of drilling rigs, including charges for the movement or conveyance of the drilling rig to and away from the well site and the loading, unloading, assembly, and disassembly of the drilling rigs, dates back to the 1980s. But if you're moving a drilling rig, it's not subject to sales tax in Wyoming.
Yeah, Representative Campbell.
I'm just curious on that. So there's no charges when we're moving drilling rigs between Wyoming and Texas or Saskatchewan or none of that?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, yes, is the answer to that. And that is really the short answer. We can have a conversation offline about that, but the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Exempt. Okay. All righty. Next slide, please. Thank you, Miss Eve. Next one, a person regularly engaged in the business of making loans or a supervised financial institution as defined by statute that forecloses a lien or repossesses a motor vehicle. So this is if you've had to repossess a motor vehicle and you've had to take temporary title to it, you don't have to pay sales tax on that. Dates back to the 1990s. There's also a comparable statute that's found in a different section. It's an exemption, but it's found in a different section that also includes insurance companies that acquire ownership of a motor vehicle pursuant to a damage settlement. So again, similar statute there. One just talks really about banks and financial institutions. The other one talks about an insurance company. Okay, next one. For the purpose of exempting sales of services and tangible personal property is defined by an economic incentive. Okay, going to try and go through these so we can talk about this later on today. The economic incentive one has really become the catch-all for a lot of exemptions that we do have in Wyoming related to sales tax. Okay, first one, intrastate, Wyoming to Wyoming, transportation of employees to and from work when paid or contracted by the employer or employee. What does that mean? Really used in our mineral industry. So if you have a mine that is paying for its workers to go from Wright or Gillette out to a mine, they pay another company to do that. No sales tax there. Intrastate transportation of passengers is taxable. This is an exemption for it. It's also used outside of the mining industry as well, and the mineral industry. I've seen it used in the ag industry. I've seen it used in other industries where you need to pay someone else to transport your employees to and from. Next one, intrastate transportation. So Wyoming to Wyoming, freight and property, including oil and gas by pipeline. Both of these date back in various forms to the 2000s. But intrastate, Wyoming to Wyoming, if you're paying someone to move freight and property, including oil and gas by pipeline, that is exempt. And next slide,
Mr.
please.
Chairman?
Senator Case.
Yeah, and Mr. Fanning, we tweaked that oil and gas a couple of years ago that to include gathering lines. Do you remember that? Was that with respect to sales tax, or was that something else? Help me remember that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, yes, this is a sales tax question, and it was an exemption that we did just go over. The answer is yes. For an exemption, power or fuel used in pipelines, including gathering lines, are now exempt here in Wyoming. Yes, sir. Yep. Okay. All right. Next slide. Thank you. Sales of the services of professional engineers, geologists, or members of similar professions, including the sales tax paid for all services to real or tangible personal property, leading to building location, drilling, and all related activities that must be completed prior to the setting of production casing, including coring, logging, and testing done to any well previously drilled for oil or gas beyond the maximum point to which they were initially drilled. This exemption in the subparagraph shall also apply to any and all seismic and geophysical surveying, testing, coring, logging, and testing calculated to reveal the existence of oil or gas. Okay, a lot going on there. At the oil well, sales taxability is different. When you get an oil well, there's a lot more that's subject to sales tax. But anything prior to the cementing of production casing, all the services are exempt. So if you're at an oil and gas well site and you have all of these activities, you're doing all these activities to see if you should actually go for it, it's all exempt. The main topic of this conversation is to remember that sales taxability at the well site is different, and services are taxable depending upon the phase. They're exempt before production casing's been set. And that dates back to the 1960s, it looks like. This is a material exemption. This one is. Next one, sales of school yearbooks. Those are exempted. Looks like it came in the 2000s. This is a fiscal note I may be able to wrap down if we really wanted. If it's not as material as likely the one we just talked about, but I could probably come up with something on that one. Next one, sales of newspapers. Okay, remember part of my quiz was a newspaper subscription. Dates back to the 1970s. If I buy a newspaper, it's not subject to sales tax, but if I buy a magazine, it is, or a book.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Casey.
does that include online versions of newspaper subscriptions? And should it?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, yes, it does include online. They would be exempt if the customer does not get permanent use of that newspaper. Yep. Okay. All right. Next slide. Sales of carbon dioxide and other gases used in tertiary production. This dates back to the 1980s. So all of those gases that are used in enhanced oil recovery, they can be purchased without sales tax. Next one, sales of lodging services provided by a person known to the trade and public as a guide or outfitter, including but not limited to sleeping accommodations, placements of tents, snow shelters, base camps, temporary structures which are dismantled or abandoned, and after use and all other forms of temporary shelter are exempt from the local access, local lodging tax. Okay, what does this mean? Dates back to the 1980s or so. Lodging tax for the vast majority of all of our counties, there's two pieces of it. There's the statewide lodging assessment and the local portion that we all vote on for lodging tax. If you're a guide or outfitter with temporary shelters, you are exempt from the local voter approved pennies. Yeah, that one, we do get a fair amount of questions on that in the areas that you would anticipate receiving them in.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Chairman Locke. Director, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm understanding you that if I take my personal belongings and pitch a tent in a state park, I am to pay the lodging tax. But if an outfitter pitches a tent and we have an out-of-stater come in for that trip, they are not to pay the lodging tax.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, that's a yes and no answer. When you go to a state park, you're going to pay the sales tax portion, and then you're going to pay the full lodging tax in effect. In most counties, it's 7% right now. In most, not all though. Okay, so in Natrona County, 12%. That same guide or outfitter, if they have someone from out of state, out of country come and stay, they are exempt from 2 out of that 7 total lodging tax. So they would only pay 10% sales and lodging tax there when you would pay 12%. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next one, sale of farm implements. For the purpose of this paragraph, farm implements means any tractor or other machinery designed or exclusively used for ag operations, but specifically excludes, and I'm emphasizing that because it's one of our most questioned exemptions on this, but specifically excludes any motor vehicle that's titled, snowmobiles, lawn tractors, ATVs, which we'll talk about tomorrow, and repair or replacement parts. So it's not a blanket exemption on farm implements. There are some carve-outs there. That one dates back to at least the 1990s. Again, it's kind of one of those ones where there's remnants in other places, and it is a material impact. Next slide, please. The sale of aircraft repair, remodeling, or maintenance services at a federal aviation certified repair station, including but not limited to repair or replacement materials or parts. Dates back to the 1990s. So basically, if you have a aircraft that's repaired at an FAA station, there's no sales tax on that. Next one, sales of goods or services made for the purpose of raising money or charges for admission to any amusement, entertainment, recreation, game, or athletic event for any K through 12 public school located in the state. Dates back to the 2000s. So this essentially means if you go to state basketball, you go to state track, you go to regional fill in the blank, you go to a play, at a K through 12 public school, there's no sales tax there. That is different than if you go and watch the University of Wyoming play fill in the blank state, or another similar thing where you're being entertained. Next one, until December 31st, 2042, the sale or lease of machinery to be used in the state, predominantly, directly and predominantly in manufacturing. This is one we'll likely talk about here in a few minutes. It was just updated over the past few sessions, but this is the exemption for manufacturing machinery. Dates back to at least the 2000s. Okay, next slide, please. Next one, it's another aircraft exemption. And I didn't mean to say it exactly like that. The sale or lease of any aircraft used in an FAA administration commercial operation. This one's a little bit different. The first one is aircraft repair and maintenance services. This one is actually the aircraft itself. And then it also includes any work that is done to that airplane. And let's see, this dates back to the 2000s. These ones also include repair or replacement parts as well. So it's a little different. First one's kind of repair, maintenance. This one's really the airplane and everything with it. Next one, the sale of equipment used to construct a coal gasification or coal liquefaction facility. This is one, we used to have a reporting requirement on it. To my knowledge, I am not aware of this being used in Wyoming. I remember there were high hopes for this dating back to the 2000s, but not exactly sure if there is a fiscal impact on it. Okay, next slide, please. Next one, this is our data center exemption. And it's really broken down into two pieces. And there's a lot of qualifying criteria with our data center. We'll likely talk about it later, today or tomorrow. But really, if you meet this, if you've made this major investment in Wyoming, then going forward, or even while this certification is happening, there is an exemption for the computer equipment and an exemption for the power supplies, air quality control equipment, really an encompassing exemption here. So I'll just read part of these elements. The sales price paid for the purchase or rental of qualifying pre-written and other computer software, computer equipment, including computers, servers, monitors, keyboards, storage devices, containers used to transport and house such computer equipment, any peripherals, racking systems, cabling, and trays that are necessary for the operation of a data center. If you purchase more than $2 million of that a year, there's an exemption for you on that equipment. The next one is if you're going to buy uninterruptible power supplies, backup power generators, specialized heating and air conditioning equipment, and air quality control equipment. If you buy more than $2 million of that a year, those items are exempt as well.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, Director Fanning, so this would be $2,000 together between those two categories, or is it $2,000 per category? I mean, 2 million. I skipped a whole bunch of zeros there. 2 million.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, it's $2 million per category. So if you had 4 million in one category, 0 in another, or let's just say 1 million in another, you would not qualify for that other part. They are separate.
Thank you for the clarification.
Additional questions? A quick question I have. So do they qualify for this exemption if they spend 2 million or more? And I guess I just want to understand, are they exempt from the first 2 million? If they spend 2 million, I mean, they're paying no sales tax if they buy $4 million of computers. They spend nothing. Or they spend no sales tax on that. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, the straightforward, simple answer is yes. They do not have to pay sales tax on that equipment as long as they meet the $2 million threshold. If they only purchase $1 million of computer equipment that year, they've got to pay sales or use tax on that equipment that year. The next year, if they spend $5 million this year on computer equipment and $5 million on power supplies, the whole $5 million is exempt. But if they only spend $1 million on power supplies, they've got to pay tax on the $1 million. And again, it's important to note too that there's a lot of additional criteria with our data centers where they've got to show the Wyoming Business Council and the Wyoming Department of Revenue that they've made substantial investments in the state of Wyoming. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars and more in many cases.
I guess that's the piece that, at least there's other questions. Representative Lean, I don't want to cut you off, but I guess there's the case I'm curious about. I'm trying to understand the logic behind this exemption. This is an exemption that's interesting. It's like, well, if I spend over 2 million, I don't pay any taxes on that. The next question is, I'm going to ask the simple, bigger question is, where are we making our money on these entities? That's going to be the question. But anyway, it might be in a different place, but that's where I'm opening this can up on this particular one. Representative Lean, did you have a question? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions, but the first one I wanted to ask is a data center considered a manufacturing facility?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, at this time, no. It's considered a data processing center.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You just spoke about how the Wyoming Business Council reviews that they make substantial investments in Wyoming, and I'm curious why they're reporting to the Wyoming Business Council and not to the Department of Revenue to prove that.
Director?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, there's history behind that question. There really is. And the short answer to that is the Wyoming Business Council was really involved in getting some of these data centers interested in Wyoming. And then it was a partnership with the Department of Revenue to iron out that certification process. And so it's really a multiple prong approach for this data center exemption. Part of it is when they are submitting materials to the Wyoming Business Council and other entities that are not the Department of Revenue, there needs to be documentation showing that there's jobs available, there's investment available. So really at the time, the Business Council was likely the best entity to review that documentation rather than the Department of Revenue. We're just concerned about the tax aspect of it.
So you have another one? Oh, sorry. Representative Wharf, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering where we came up with the $2 million amount. That going back to my wildlife era, I would say that's an arbitrary and capricious number. But where'd we come up with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Worth, I'm going to have to phone a couple different friends on that one because there are better resources to answer that portion of that question.
Other questions, or did you have follow-up? I guess what I'm going to ask on this particular one, this one is, I think, a hot topic. I think that this committee wants to understand this case. Now, maybe that's a conversation if you want to discuss it, and maybe we want to have an opportunity. Maybe we still have you on in the morning. Maybe we want to have a carve-out discussion on this topic. But I think this one is, we're a bit blind to understanding. Maybe we are not looking in the right places, but I think we need to understand where the state is making their revenue, what are the reasons behind these things, these data centers. They come in, they generate a huge amount, they consume a huge amount of power, a lot of other things. I know that they have exemptions on a lot of the things that they're trying to, that they consume. They have exemptions on their power and a lot of other areas. We're going to need to understand that because I'd like to understand what the fiscal impact to the state is. What is the good reason for us to give them all of those exemptions? And what are ultimately the benefits of them coming to the state? So there's an investment in the state. Usually the investment in the state is in the context of what revenue are they generating for our state? These businesses. Again, I think we need to understand this one. I think I speak for at least some of the committee members. This was an area that we were feeling a little bit blind to, and we want to understand this in more detail.
Mr. Chairman, of course, I'll give you something to chew on overnight. So your question related to the tax benefit to the state or our local partners. So you are correct. There are notable exemptions from data centers, but there's two important key revenue elements in addition to the ancillary items that there are. You just mentioned that they consume huge amounts of power. They pay sales tax on their electricity. As you mentioned, there is a lot of power that's going on with these data centers. They pay sales tax on their electricity. That sales tax is split between the state and our local partners. The other important aspect of it is property tax. So the state doesn't get any of that property tax. We all know that. However, so property taxes go to fund our local governments, education. We've gone over that discussion today. Those are two important key elements: sales tax on electricity and property tax on all that equipment and the land. The discussion I keep having with this, because this is a call I get very often as well, is, okay, that vacant land that is sitting outside of Cheyenne, Wyoming, if there was not a data center exemption, would that data center have come here? That's a question that I get asked. And there's folks in this room that will be able to better answer that question. But as far as a data center now that was on vacant land 10 years ago, now you've actually really got some economic drivers. You've definitely got a tax base that is more than it would have been if it's just sitting as vacant land. Now, there are other considerations, but as I mentioned, just something for you to chew on tonight.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, my question is about the depreciation scales on which a data center, how do we view that when we're putting assessment on it for a property tax?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, I'm going to do some research and get back to you tomorrow on that. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Lucas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, if a data center purchases a whopping amount of land, maybe in Laramie County, and builds a data center there, and they have their own power generation, they won't pay sales tax. However, it's possible they could buy power from a different generator of electricity on their land. Is that so?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, yes, that would be accurate. If the data center is generating its own electricity and doesn't have to pay utility for it, yes, they wouldn't have to pay sales tax on a lot of those items. So yes, that would be a potential, and that would be a potential revenue loss because they no longer have to pay someone else for it. Now, the equipment used to generate the electricity, those could be other discussions that wouldn't quite fall under the data center exemption. So there could be sales tax associated with those other pieces, depending upon interpretation that they don't fall under category 2, where we're talking about power supplies and those sort of things.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. Okay, we're really getting close on these exemptions. All right, the next one, sales and retail commissions on lottery tickets or shares and equipment necessary to operate a lottery. There's an argument that lottery tickets wouldn't be sales taxable anyway. There is that argument, but the equipment, there is an exemption for that lottery equipment. So when you walk into your local convenience store or retailer or whatever, or bar or restaurant, whatever it is, there is an exemption for the lotto tickets and the actual equipment themselves. The next one, we are getting close on the exemptions. For the purpose of avoiding the application of sales tax more than once on the same article of tangible personal property by the same taxpayer. The trade-in value of tangible personal property shall be excluded from the sales price of new tangible personal property when the trade-in and the purchase occur in one transaction. Okay, this is the way to think about this. You buy a new motor vehicle, okay, you trade in your car, paying sales tax on the difference. So that's really what this means. Comes really from the 2000s, and the county treasurers are a really good resource on this exemption as well. You can see I highlighted, there's a word in there, new, something we've really always had a question on. Is this a new to you tangible personal property, or is this a new piece, fresh out of the box, fresh off the lot, tangible personal property? Just something to consider there. They got to occur in the same transaction though, too. Important to note. So it's got to be all done at the same time.
Representative Lucas.
Well, I was going, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. I was going to ask you, new is highlighted. So are you saying then that there is no distinguishment on what new means? There's no clear definition?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas, yes, that's correct. There's no clear distinction. We administer it as a new to you. So if you buy a used car and you're trading in a used car, you pay tax on that difference. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Next slide, please. All right. The sales price paid for a motor vehicle, house trailer, trailer coach trailer, or semi-trailer is defined per statute if the vehicle is purchased by a non-resident of Wyoming and the vehicle is to be removed from the state of Wyoming within 30 days of purchase. And then you've got to sign an affidavit that you're going to remove it from the state. This comes back to the early 2000s. And so if you're going to buy a motor vehicle at one of our dealerships here in the great city of Casper, but you're really from fill in the blank state, you don't have to pay sales tax on that as long as you sign this affidavit. Now, this is one that's different all throughout the country. A lot of states say, hey, you purchase it in my state, you're going to pay our sales tax. But again, it's not apples to apples one bit, because we do a lot of our licensing and titling via county treasurers, and completely different. It's apples to oranges. But if you purchase a vehicle here in Wyoming and you say you're going to move it out of state, you don't have to pay sales tax on it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, last one of our exemptions. Thank you so much, committee, for your patience. All right, the sales of lodging services offered by any county fair board during a county fair or other board authorized event. You can see this is really our last exemption. This dates back to a court case as well. And there was likely a really good attorney on the other side of that who argued this one. And yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, yes, it was. There is a State Board of Equalization court case on this. The Department of Revenue lost that court case, and we can read the details later, but it was codified in statute, I believe around the same time where we started doing the statewide lodging assessment. But if you are a county fair board and you're offering lodging services, remember, other lodging establishments have to pay that or collect that same tax. This one is different. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, that is the end of the statutes. I'm not done with the presentation, but I am done with the statutes. If there are any conversations there.
All right. Yeah. Senator Case, please.
I'm not sure that this is the proper place to ask this question, so we could defer it to another time. But I hear from lots of people about vehicles that are licensed. They have a friend and the friend has a vehicle, it's licensed in another state, and it's been licensed in another state forever. I heard it from a man that repairs trailers for semis. And he said a lot of those trailers that semis have are licensed in Idaho for some reason. And he's noticed that. And I know that's not just about the sales tax, because when you pay your vehicle fees, the sales tax is up front, but you pay a property tax ongoing. So it's a mix, and this may not be the proper time to address it, but, and it might be more of a transportation committee thing, but there seems to be at least a perception among people out in Wyoming that folks are avoiding vehicle fees by going out of state. And I was wondering if we could get a comment on that.
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, this is absolutely a discussion. And there was legislation passed fairly recently that gave the Department of Transportation, the Department of Revenue, and our local county treasurers a little more teeth in being able to track down some of these items. This is without a doubt. We recently just settled our first case related to this, where a person was definitely in Wyoming. His kids were in Wyoming. He went to school in Wyoming. He voted in Wyoming. He worked in Wyoming. You're getting the point. You're getting the point. But had all of his vehicles registered in Montana, a state to the north, state to the north. And then there's now some teeth in statute where we can partner with all of our agencies to try and track down some of these individuals professionally, of course. That's not the point. But yes, this is a conversation. I've recently just had it on my desk in the past few months related to aircraft purchases. So, and I know this is in our beautiful parts of the state and beyond, this is really a topic of conversation as well. So I'm keeping my comments concise. Yes, I do have a lot of information on this topic and more than happy to share what I can on navigating this complex situation.
Maybe that might be something we could schedule for the last meeting or at your convenience, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, I think that's, I would reach out to the committee, but I would agree with you. I think that's a good topic for us to take a look at. Yeah, thank you. I would like to put that on the next meeting agenda if we can. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one again will be a little off topic, kind of following suit. If you have an individual that purchases a used car and comes to register their vehicle, can the registering entity then say to them that the value that they purchased that car for is not enough and then charge them more, which is above and beyond than what they have on a bill of sale?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, this is a tough question. The answer is yes, there is some authority in statute. There is. Here's what will happen is someone sells a brand new 2025 fill in the blank vehicle to a third party, it's clearly a third party transaction. There's no family affiliation, that sort of no arm's length transaction for $1. Okay, is it correct that behind the scenes, there was actually $50,000 exchanged? And there's way more details that go into that question. There really is. But there is some statutory authority to use a value of the car when the licensing entity can't quite determine the value and has questions on that bill of sale. Now, usually county treasurers are amazing and will ask some questions and navigate down to that answer. Yes, there is some authority, but usually they're pretty good in being fair. And I say that pretty good because our local county treasurers have a lot of things that are on their plate and they do a fabulous job for the vast majority of the cases, including partnering with the Department of Revenue on those types of questions.
Other questions? Since we're at the end of the exemptions. All right. You go ahead, proceed with your presentation. We have no more questions. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I know I'm holding up everyone from dinner. This is a
So
copy
go
of
fairly
our,
quick through this section, but are we getting into the reporting pretty quickly or?
we will not get to that today, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I still have several out in this presentation before we get to the reporting. If you want to have us go longer, I'm more than happy to stay.
Okay, we'll move through these next pieces fairly quickly, and if people have questions, please stop us. But other than that, we'll move pretty quick. Thank you.
This is a copy of our sales tax return that our licensed vendors send in to us. As you can see, it's a gross sales figure, it's a total exempt amount, and then it nets to a net taxable. I've been asked the question recently by members of the legislature saying, hey, can we break out that total exempted amount? And the answer is yes and no. Sorry. The answer is yes, because in our statutes, we have some guidance in there saying submit a true return. The no is there are some streamline requirements for vendors reporting to our states that there's a little bit of flexibility, but I don't think it's as much flexibility as maybe being discussed going forward. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so the sales figures I have on the next page. Caveats. I've given this presentation, I've given this figure numerous times. Caveats, 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 but it's what we have in our system. Okay, so important considerations. The figure on the next page does not include companies that don't have to come through our office. Okay, if they don't have an imposition statute, they don't have to get a license with us. All the sales that are on these returns and the next figures, they're reported in good faith to the department. Now it's important to note, at any time, vendors can be audited by the Department of Audit. So there is that check in the background of their mind. There's no penalty for misreporting gross sales and total deductions. Okay, Miss Eve, can you go back one slide, please?
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, you know, you talk about these audits. Can you explain, you know, what triggers an audit, or is it an automatic yearly audit? Can you give us a little background on that? Thank you, Mr.
Director.
Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, the Department of Audit is a much better entity to reach out to answer your question. That being said, as all of you know, I worked for years with the Department of Audit. And so just general guidance, because when the Department of Audit does an audit, I'm the one who signs the assessment per statute. It's a unique relationship, but so I do have some insight on that. It can be a variety of factors. Do we audit every company on a yearly basis? No. The Department of Audit generally does a couple hundred audits each year. And we've got over 50,000 vendors here in the state of Wyoming now. Not enough manpower there, or lady power as well. Audits can be triggered by a lot of things I've talked about today. That sales tax return looks off compared to the industry that they're in. That could trigger a potential audit. They're auditing a company and they see an exemption certificate. And it's like, wait a minute, they can't claim that exemption. They're not a nonprofit entity, or that's not used in agricultural purposes, or fill in the blank. So there are those type of checks as well. There's also an element of it, it's just random. There is. So all of those pieces kind of come together where the Department of Audit is going to make their own independent analysis and conduct those audits. So hopefully it answers that question. Thank you, sir. Yep. Okay, so the next one, no penalty for misreporting gross sales or deductions. Okay, important to note. That's why I had LSO go back to the slide. So as long as line C works out and the Department of Audit can verify the lines above it, gross sales, net deductions, there's no technical penalty for misreporting your gross sales or total deductions. Okay, I'm going to give you a couple examples. This happens a lot. You have a company that's reporting international sales on their Wyoming sales tax return. So they have $1 billion of gross sales. Almost all of that is in another country. Okay, so maybe it's 900 million that is in another place in the world. And then they actually have 100 million in Wyoming. As long as that net figure is accurate, the gross sales and the deductions, as long as the Department of Audit can verify them, there's no penalty for that misreporting. Here's another example, and it goes back to, you've got mines in the state of Wyoming. You have one mine, they report $1 billion in sales and deduct $1 billion in sales because it's all exported outside Wyoming. You'll have another mine right next to it, right across the highway, that reports $0 in sales and $0 in deductions, still netting to a net taxable of 0. Which one of those is correct? And so I asked that because the definition of a true return, I think that's something, we don't have a definition of it because both of those net to 0. But it may be something that we'd look at doing in rules. But again, important consideration for the next slide. Many businesses report company-wide sales. You'll have the biggest retailers you can think of actually reporting nationwide sales, deducting all of that, and then just sending in the tax for Wyoming. Vendors aren't required to separate each exemption when reporting as well. So important considerations. All of those, Ms. Eve, can you go to the next slide, slide 27? Okay, when I totaled up all the sales that I found on a return for fiscal year 2025, we had $72 billion.
1 second, Director.
Yes, sir.
Co-chair, please.
I just want some clarification. You say the big companies are collecting everything across the country? Are they reporting that as their net or gross sales in Wyoming?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, the answer is no. Let me explain that differently. So they will report it as a gross sale and then deduct all of the out-of-state stuff.
Makes sense now.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Ooh, sorry about that. Okay, slide 27, $72 billion in reported gross sales. The reported deductions were 48 billion. Comes to a net reported sales taxable figure of 24 billion. Comes to a reported tax figure of 1.3 billion. And that actually really closely jives to a lot of our annual figures on our Department of Revenue website. So the most common question I get asked is, yes, are 2/3 of the sales that get reported to the Department of Revenue exempted? Yes, that's the answer. But again, it is based on companies that may be reporting international sales and then deducting those international sales. A lot of those are, again, the important considerations I just went over. Okay, next slide, please. Which sales and which vendors report the most deductions? And I did 1 month because this was easily done in our system. Okay, who reports the most exempted sales? Come from motor fuel, exported products outside Wyoming. And again, that's an interesting one. I've outlined it twice now, where you're reporting all the sales, but then you're deducting all of them, netting to a 0. It's not technically an exemption because it's not Wyoming's jurisdiction anymore. It's a different state, but it does get reported as an untaxed amount. Okay, grocery store exemption, power or fuel sold for manufacturing, processing, or agriculture, services provided at the well site for the production casing phase, items sold under a prescription, wholesale for resale is a big exemption in Wyoming, along with the ingredient or component used in manufacturing tangible personal property, and then sales to exempt entities. So those are the big ones when I'm looking at returns. Those are kind of the big categories. And again, this is where I go back to, there are other categories and I've got them. Again, we just went over all the exemptions and they're on the next slide, please, as well. But these are the big ones I know from experience and from looking at the returns. All right, since vendors don't have to separately report these exemptions, that exact figure can be difficult to pinpoint, as I've outlined for the past couple hours. Again, agriculture exemptions for livestock feed, manufacturing machinery, your water bill, and then a lot of water at the well site. Intrastate transportation of employees, freight, or property. Power or fuel used in transporting tangible personal property by railroad or pipeline. Data center, aircraft repairs, and then trade-in values that reduce the taxable figure. Okay. Next slide, please. Well, who pays the most tax? We've spent the past few hours actually saying who doesn't collect as much tax or who has exemptions. So again, I looked at June 2025. So this is a summer month. Number one, the top couple actually, hotels, online travel companies. Okay, those are who are collecting the most tax in June of 2025. Okay, and yes, Mr. Chairman, the top 3 counties for lodging report 75% of our lodging tax, give or take, in most years. And they are isolated to the northwest part of the state and the southeast part of the state in this time of year. Okay, retail stores, our county treasurers. It's important to note our county treasurers are huge sales and use tax collectors. They collect their sales tax on motor vehicles, and they're outside of the interstate commerce exemptions. Not as many exemptions as in other parts of our statute. Utilities, as I mentioned, you and I pay sales tax on our electric bill. Okay, power generation supplies. This really goes back to certain industries around Wyoming that are building a lot of things in Wyoming right now. And they're paying a lot of sales tax. And I know a lot of them are behind me in this room as well. Oil field services, can't deny the amount of impact that our mineral industry does have on sales tax collections, and online retailers. It's amazing to me that out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, out of the 8 categories that I've outlined here, 2 or 3 of these, we didn't have licensed a few years ago. And when I say a few years, it's 5 to 10. That's the change in how commerce is done in Wyoming right now and going forward. And with that, Miss Eve, last slide. I'll stand for any questions.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, nuclear is a really popular topic in Wyoming right now, and one industry that's looking to come here would be manufacturing TRISO fuel. Would that be considered under exemption AIID on page 9, the sales of power or fuel to a person engaged in a business of manufacturing, processing, or agriculture? If they're processing TRISO fuel, would that then exempt them from a taxable sales tax?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, yes, there are numerous exemptions that would apply to that business. I think that's my answer. I'd like to dive into the details with you, but yes, a lot of exemptions in that industry.
Other questions? Thank you for going through this. And a question for you, did you have a presentation on your reporting, or for some reason I'm just not seeing it and I've probably missed it, but did you have one?
Mr. Chairman, this one's actually a memo.
Okay,
That
great. I'm probably just looking in the wrong place. Okay.
Yes, it's a memo, and I'm happy to go through it now if you would like.
Well, let me take a step back.
Yep.
What's your thinking on this, walking through this? Is this something we can start and then move as far as we can and then pick up in the morning? Does breaking it in pieces hurt? What are your thoughts on that? Can we start and get to a certain point and continue, or? And I would, I'm open for discussion from the committee as well, but.
Mr. Chairman, this exact memo, the contents in it were a top 3 conversation that I was having during the previous legislative session. I know there's a lot of interested parties. I know there are a lot of folks who would likely speak on this. It's a very involved topic. We can certainly start. Obviously, it's your direction, but I know there are a lot of folks that are very interested in the contents of this memo.
In that case, I think probably start with fresh brains in the morning. Is that kind of the committee's thoughts on that one? Conversation?
What does that mean? We get out at 6 o'clock tomorrow night?
Well, I'm okay going late tonight, but I'll guess I'll ask the committee. Are you guys all right going a little longer tonight and starting this topic?
I'd rather get out earlier tomorrow.
Okay, I guess I'm with you, Senator. So, committee, what's the thinking from the committee? If you're all right with that, I say we keep going.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to stay this evening for a bit and review this.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that input and let's go. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's roll. Okay, so this memo, it's dated reporting requirements for exemptions, sales or use tax. It's a memo. It's dated for today. Right now, there are no reporting requirements for any of our sales and use tax exemptions. And we've pulled a lot of different states, a lot of different entities, a lot of different jurisdictions on this. Really, it's difficult throughout the country to navigate some of these exemptions. I've heard in a lot of spaces as well, it's hard when you don't have an income tax. And again, for the 10th time today, it's not something the Department of Revenue is even having a conversation about. But it's hard to track exemptions once they are given. We've outlined the intricacies, the complexities of that. Not everyone has to register with the Department of Revenue or any other entity. Now, the Department of Revenue probably has the most information about folks who would be utilizing exemptions, or let me say that a different way, collecting and reporting our taxes. Because like I mentioned today, if we have a reporting requirement for purchasers, does that mean that everyone in this room needs to send into the Department of Revenue the amount of exempted purchases that they made? I don't know. It's a rhetorical question, obviously. But, okay, so, but we did used to have a structure of a reporting requirement. We did. And it's been fairly recent. The legislature over the past few years had said, let's get rid of that reporting requirement. And I've outlined the why numerous times. For any of the folks that have been on this committee for years, and my predecessor and their predecessor, always told this committee late each year, it was usually in November, that, hey, we have this reporting requirement, but we can't get you good information about it. And then there was an effort a few years ago to update that reporting requirement and or either charge a penalty or a fee or a carrot as well, saying, hey, if you actually respond to the Department of Revenue survey, we'll give you a fill in the blank. Or if you don't, we're going to charge fill in the blank fee. And that wasn't a popular idea at the time. And that's been a few years ago now. But the department was saying, hey, we can't give you good information. Maybe if there was some incentive or disincentive, maybe that would help. But there wasn't appetite for that at the time. Maybe that's different now. But as you can see, so on the first page of this memo, it was an effort. It required the Wyoming Business Council, the Department of Workforce Services, and the Department of Revenue to survey companies for a couple different exemptions and then report back to the Joint Revenue Committee about jobs and how this impacted different genders as far as hiring and jobs. It was this cumulative effort. And so at the time and kind of throughout this reporting requirement history, it's really been tied to a couple different exemptions. Most of the comments I've got over the years of saying, why these ones? And the Department of Revenue's never really had that good answer, other than these are some of our bigger ones. They're for an economic, and when I say bigger ones, maybe they have material dollar amounts, but maybe they're also used as economic incentive exemptions. But the ones that the Department of Revenue has surveyed over the past recent memory, sale or lease of manufacturing equipment, sale of tangible personal property or services performed for the repair, alteration, or improvement of railroad rolling stock, sale of equipment used to construct a new coal or gasification or liquefaction facility, the data processing center exemption, and then sales of equipment used to provide broadband internet service to an unserved area. You might highlight that these exemptions have either expired or sunsetted. And so in recent memory, there have been sales and use tax exemptions that are no longer applicable. Those are the ones that we used to survey. And it was an effort. And I think I reported at the time, yeah, it's down here below. But so here's kind of how this worked. In the Department of Revenue, we had help from our partners. But we had to ask the Wyoming Business Council for a list of data centers and broadband internet providers. The main reason because they don't have to license with us most of the time. There's some unique examples, there are, but we didn't have an accurate list. But the Wyoming Business Council is involved in kind of those economic areas. And so they were very helpful in generating that list. Okay, the next one, we had to reach out to Workforce Services for information on the manufacturing sector. Okay, then the Department of Revenue, we were the ones who sent out all these surveys and said, hey, did you utilize this exemption? And then we were the ones who compiled those exemptions. We had to ask for employment information about data centers and broadband providers because Workforce Services has it on the manufacturing sector, but some of the other industries are a little bit different. Then we would reach out to our Wyoming A&I, outstanding state agency that would compile these results and try and accumulate some of the impacts of these exemptions, let alone, it was very difficult. And I said this every single year is like, I'm not sure you have accurate figures to start compiling these results. And then at the end of the day, the Department of Revenue would compile everything together, and then we would report to the Joint Revenue Committee basically around Christmas time every year. As you can see, a lot of moving pieces, Most of our survey results, our response rates were below 50%. When it came to the data center exemption, I think the last year, yeah, I have it in here. The last year, we were down to 2 out of our 5 data centers reporting to us. Okay, well, if one data center of those drops off, then we've got some concerns there. One, obviously, we're not getting accurate information, but then 2, there's kind of a confidentiality. I'm not going to use conflict there. It's just and I'm not even going to use concern. It was just someone could really find out who that data center was at that time. Yeah, I saw some hands.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, do you have any insight onto why the other 3 have quit reporting?
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, yes, I do. And there's other companies that, and other entities out here that can help me as well. There's a lot of trade secrets with the data centers. And a lot of that information is kept very closely knit and tight. And I think it wasn't a hesitation for reporting or not, or not wanting to report. It's just the consideration for all of the amount of, not the exemption, the trade secrets that are involved in disclosing that information. I think that's part of it. A lot of data centers, or at least a couple of them, wanted to be good corporate citizens and report to us. A lot of them, it was, and when I say a lot, we're only, at the time, it was only 5. But it's my understanding, it was trade secrets. It was a cost versus benefit analysis. And it was, I'll leave the other entities to opine on some of those other conversations, if I may. Yes, ma'am. Okay. The other one, even if the Department of Revenue, I'm on page 2, even if we could get 100% response rate from all of our surveys, it still wouldn't be good enough. We don't have to license everyone, so we don't know exactly who is utilizing these exemptions. We just don't. Fill in the blank exemption that we just talked about. If you don't have to license with us, we don't have your name, we don't have your business. remember, again, we don't have a full comprehensive registry of all the businesses in Wyoming. Not all of them have to go through the Wyoming Secretary of State's office. So even if I sent out surveys to whoever the legislature wanted me to, 100% response rate wouldn't be good enough. There are also categories in our statutes where certain businesses don't have to license either, even though they are technically vendors. So that's maybe something we can have a discussion too, let alone if you want individuals to report who are using those exemptions or not. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, it was a big concentrated effort. I think I put down, it was 40 hours per survey. It was about a month's worth of Department of Revenue time to provide the legislature with unreliable data. And ultimately, at the time, the legislature just said, okay, let's scrap this for now. Again, that was at the time, and maybe we can come back with something better in the future. On page 3, okay, here's a summary of our most recent surveys. So for fiscal year 2023, for the manufacturing exemption, we had a response rate of 39%. And based on that 39%, the amount of sales tax forgone, and I don't know if that's the best, that's the term I said I would use. So I'm going to use that. The tax forgone was 4.4 million. That's not a projected figure. That is the response rate from that 39%. And I know it does not include big manufacturers, which I know their books extensively, that didn't report. So, again, this came up in the conversation I know last session as well is, well, maybe they didn't utilize that exemption. Okay, that's completely fair. And there are really valid examples and reasons why you wouldn't use it. But we did ask in our survey, hey, if you didn't use it, still send in that response, please. And then we can categorize it correctly. So again, response rate, very delicate there. Railroad rolling stock, the last time we surveyed for it was fiscal year 2020. We had really good participation there. That was our best one of my knowledge. And that exemption was 1.2 million. The coal gasification, liquefaction, fiscal year 2023, we didn't send out any surveys. And I've heard hearsay of this being on exemption certificates, but I have personally not seen it. I know there was a lot of promise for that one, but unknown tax forgone there. The data center exemption, it's got a little bit different. It's a calendar year. We did 2022. As I mentioned, we had 2 out of 5. And just based on that 2 out of 5, that figure was 22 million in sales and use tax forgone. And I know we'll have possibly additional questions and testimony related to that later. The last one, broadband, fiscal year 2023, we had 50% response rate, and that one was 419,000. That exemption is since sunsetted. The amount of tax forgone, I used an average state of Wyoming sales tax rate. I think I used 5.48. That's what it was at the time. So those should be pretty good figures as far as if they responded back to our surveys. So in culmination, just based on this exemption reporting type requirement, this legislature has tried to do it in the past. And it was not as reliable as everyone would have hoped. It only had a couple different exemptions. And the Department of Revenue was providing all of this data, along with other state agencies as well, to give you all unreliable information. And so the department is willing again to help facilitate conversations. There was a lot of conversations a few years ago about this, and maybe this is time to have them again. I don't know. But the Department of Revenue is ready to help if necessary. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the director? Representative Ling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fanning, would the department benefit from a statute that might say something to the effect of you're not able to issue any exemptions unless they report the prior year's data?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, the answer is yes. It most certainly is. But it's not going to catch all of the folks that don't have to come through the department to get a license, and they aren't reviewed by the Department of Audit. Yes, it's helpful, but it's not the catch-all be-all.
Representative, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My follow-up would be, what kind of example could you give me on somebody that the department wouldn't catch?
Director.
Yep, for example, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I almost did that. Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, the ag industry is a really good example there because we don't have a lot of those folks licensed in a lot of aspects. We do have folks in the agricultural industry licensed, but again, as I outlined, a lot of them don't have to if they're only selling certain items or they're only exporting items, those sort of things. That's a really good example. Data centers could potentially be another good example as well. Not all of them have to license with us, but it's not the best example either because there's additional reporting requirements and checks through the Wyoming Business Council. Not all charities have to, nor do they come through the Department of Revenue as well. So if they were to issue an exemption certificate and it's not valid, we may not know about that unless the Department of Revenue gets wind of it or the Department of Audit gets wind of it. So there are definitely certain segments of industries. Here's another one, professional services. Say an accountant for whatever reason, love them to death, provide an exemption certificate for a computer. There's no exemption that I'm aware of, but say they did that. We don't have to license accountants. We don't have to license a lot of professional services. Sorry, accountants, that was just my example. But you get the point on professional services where they don't have to license with us. If they provided an exemption certificate in bad faith, hopefully not, but it could happen. We wouldn't know about it either. Now, if we did know about it, then the statute that you're discussing would certainly be applicable. And then we could use statutory authority to not be as nice to them as far as taxes, penalties, that sort of thing.
Did you have a question? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this has been going on for a while and it doesn't seem like there's a real urgency to make people comply. And, you know, everybody's been kind of sitting on their hands. What is the big upside for the state to get people to comply, just to collect more tax revenue effectively, or give me kind of a little color on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, is your question related to the reporting requirement or having all businesses licensed with the Department of Revenue? I think I can answer both. I just need to know which one.
Senator Ide.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, probably more so of the reporting requirements. You know, I'm not a big fan of licensing anyway, so more of the reporting requirements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, thank you for the clarification. There's a lot of exemptions that every business is going to utilize no matter what. And reporting those exemptions to the Department of Revenue can be cumbersome. I mentioned my specific example. I use 10 exemptions every single month. A business may use 15 of the exemptions that we just talked about. And so going back through the books and knowing exactly which exemption that they're utilizing, a lot of folks just know it's not taxable. But allocating that reporting requirement, that exemption, can be difficult when you've got to do it over an entire year and you're purchasing from hundreds of vendors. So there is a definite burden on business. That came out several years ago in this discussion. It's a burden on business. Now, the other aspect, the other side of that is, okay, well, if you're going to be claiming an exemption, maybe no matter what, you've got to come to the Department of Revenue and get certified for that. Sounds like a really good discussion to have. But again, there are certain industries, certain businesses where I wouldn't even know who to send that letter to because they don't have to license with us. So you've got we don't know who everyone is. You've got kind of a burden on business. You've got, a volume aspect as far as you've got a lot of exemptions to try and navigate. So a lot of aspects there coming into how much do you want to burden your business for an exemption reporting to get good data for the legislature. And maybe that's worth it now. Maybe it is. But that's a conversation we're still willing to have. And maybe it's just reporting certain exemptions again with a penalty or an incentive. We've proposed both in the past few years. When I say we proposed, we had discussions. Still willing to have those again. Thank you, sir.
Other questions for the director? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Fanning. I believe I have a friend of mine that got one of your surveys, and I kind of recall it's a small operation, but it's a small manufacturing operation. And to him, he didn't get enough exemptions to even bother with. Now, I do believe he probably sent the survey in because he is probably bored. So isn't there a dollar amount where, let's say my gross revenue is 800,000 a year. But I'm a one-man show and I just know, or a couple, 3, 4 employees, and I'm only, maybe there'd be $2,000 or $3,000 in exemptions I might be able to apply for. I could see that not being worth his time or his accounting workload to even apply for that. So I would think it'd be more realistic if you're having $10,000 or greater in exemptions for that. Did you get any sense of that on your surveys and so on and so forth?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, yes, we did. It's fascinating. Some of the biggest manufacturers in Wyoming that you can think of, they reported. And then some of the smallest mom and pops, probably your friend and your colleague, he probably reported as well. And every threshold of business that you can literally think of in Wyoming reported to us. It's just that we only had 39% of those report to us. And so some companies did go through the due diligence, and the department thanks them for that because it was a reporting requirement. They took the time to see how much manufacturing machinery was exempted. Now, bigger business, maybe they have the man or lady power to do that. Maybe it's all one GL code, and that was a 5-minute survey to them. That could be completely different than your friend who still keeps his records in boxes and had to actually go through each folder, manually add up and send it in to us. Completely different conversation, but we sent surveys to everyone regardless of threshold. And then we had responses from the biggest companies you could think of to the smallest.
Any additional questions? I would like to ask a few questions just about data centers and the exemptions, and maybe this is a bigger topic and maybe this is not a right this minute topic, but conversation on the data centers is really us understanding in more detail where they generate revenue locally for the state, and where these exemptions are, what's the balance? Are they paying a fraction of what the average run-of-the-mill small business, percentage-wise, what the average run-of-the-mill small business? If you think about it, they've got exemptions to come to buy all their equipment. It sounds like they pay personal property tax, and they pay property tax and personal property tax. Let's say, do these data centers? I guess it depends on what they do. Are they generating a product or a service that generates another type of revenue stream for the state, or do they not? I guess these are some items that we have some questions, and I'll take the blame for the fact I somehow haven't researched this deep enough to fully understand it. But I do believe that those are the kinds of things. I will say that from the exemption perspective, that one jumps off the page at me. It jumps right out of your presentation as being an issue. that, and it's at least an issue I don't understand. Maybe this committee understands it much better, but it's an issue where I don't know that we do because, hey, I love them coming here. I do. But I can tell you that generally speaking, a data center, data center, a small group of people run a big data center. That's reality. So, okay, sure, they have janitors and they have other things like that, but they're not generating, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of jobs, generally speaking, in those data centers, depending on what they're doing. Because, 5 guys, 7 guys, 10 guys run hundreds of computers. That's the nature of some of those things. Now, I don't know these data centers specifically, but those are some of the questions that at least I personally have. And some of those questions I want to ask, and maybe there are people in the room that can give us insight to that, but I would like to understand that. And if the committee has the time and there are people in the room that can talk to that, I would say I'd like to hear that. So. Director?
Mr. Chairman, from the revenue aspect of it, data storage, really data processing is not subject to sales tax. So if on the revenue side of what they do, there's generally no sales taxability associated with it. There are unique examples, there most certainly are, but usually they're not collecting sales tax from URI or, again, from the cloud, however it works. And then the sales tax on the electricity and miscellaneous items at the data center, along with the property tax.
Director, can you give us a summary of where we do benefit? You've given us a little bit of that, but try to give us the full life cycle of a typical data center. You probably got to pick a couple of different ones. Because the other issue of we're afraid to give you reporting on our costs because of intellectual property. Good or bad, I'm involved in. I work for an intellectual property expert, and I write dozens and dozens of expert reports on this topic. So I'm very familiar with that when I'm reporting my revenue streams and what I'm doing and where I'm taking exemptions. That's hardly their intellectual property. That's a whole different animal. When I write code, I put intellectual property into that, and that's company proprietary most definitely. But I'm sorry, but reporting on how much I'm spending or how many computers I bought, those kinds of things, that's a different animal. And someone would probably argue me down on that. I'm sure a good attorney beat me up on that good. But at the end of the day, I guess that's where I really, if you can give me a couple of examples of what revenue streams do we see from these people, kind of beginning to the end, because they're not building these big data centers and not generating a product of some kind, call it data, call it anything, generating a data of some kind and selling it and making money off of it. That's not reality. They wouldn't be building them. They wouldn't be spending $2 million a year to do things if they weren't doing it. And I actually find that interesting that if I spend $1 million, I get taxed. If I spend $2 million, I don't. I got to tell you, hey, I'm a little slow. I'm scratching my head on that one. So help me out with a couple of data centers, maybe a couple of different examples you can give me, and tell me what revenue streams they do provide for us. Or if someone can help with that, I'm okay with that too. Thank you. Sure, Representative Campbell, please.
In that regard, you were saying that we do get sales tax off of electricity. I don't have a clue what kind of amounts of electricity are we looking at, I guess would be my question. Go with his. Thank you.
So Director, any thoughts you have, we'd love to hear.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'll answer Representative Campbell's question. No exact estimate on that. We do have NAICS codes and reports that I can run, and I can run those for Laramie County, and they're actually public on our website right now, but it's not broken out exactly for the data centers. Data centers may be willing to provide that information, I'm not sure, but I only indirectly have that information. As far as the life cycle of the data centers, I think there are better experts on those as far as the revenue aspects. I know the revenue on their sales. I know the revenue on potential purchases, construction sites, but there are definitely better resources in this room than me.
Okay. So I would welcome other experts or people who would like to step up on this topic. If you're here and you want to talk to it, I think this is a good opportunity for you to do it. Representative Lean.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to thank Director Fanning for coming prepared to discuss all of this with us today. It's a ton of data, and I just really appreciate him coming prepared.
Yeah, Director, thank you so much. I know it was a lot of work. I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Who would like to step onto this one first?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Mayor Patrick
Mayor.
Collins from the city of Cheyenne. Maybe want to go back just a little bit in history. In Cheyenne, we started recruiting data centers in 2006. When Governor Meade was running for governor, he made it one of his campaign pledges to try to get data centers to choose to come to Wyoming. And this legislature passed House Bill 117 on February 18th of 2011, which gave that exemption for servers and related equipment Mr. Fanning just talked about. In April 23rd, 2012, Wyoming Business Council Chairman Bob Jensen announced Microsoft coming, our first Microsoft data center. And in that press release, he stated that without these incentives and our infrastructure investments, the Microsoft project and future projects of this caliber would not be possible. Today, 36 states, at least that's what ChatGPT tells me, has similar exemptions as Wyoming does. And what I'm learning is data centers only go to states that have these exemptions. So Microsoft became operational in 2014. Today, I'm getting weekly interest from different data center companies that come and talk to us. And a lot of people ask me, why is that? What's changed? And I think there's a number of reasons. One is the backbone of the internet runs right along the railroad tracks along I-80. So we get good latency. We have a cool climate and it's a dry climate. So it makes the cooling of data centers much more efficient and more cost effective. Wyoming is known for our regulatory speed. In many states, it would take 2, 3, 4 years to get a data center approved. We did the zoning, the annexation, the land use plan, and the change, everything. We did that in 60 days for Microsoft. So it's just, we're just faster at doing those kinds of stuff. We have available property, but I think one of the biggest reasons is we have a willing, in Cheyenne anyways, a willing utility, Black Hills Energy. They have their large power contract service tariff that has made a difference, and their willingness to work with data centers and to make that happen, that's been the game changer. And I think part of the reason we don't have data centers in a lot of the other parts of the state is, you know, it's a challenge, I think, for utilities to be able to make that happen. But I think it's a true story that without the sales tax exemption on data centers, they wouldn't be here today. Today, we have Microsoft with 3 active campuses, and we have 3 more campuses they purchased and are getting ready to build on. Meta is building their first phase and working on the permitting for their next 2 phases. We have Related Digital that's going to break ground this fall. We've all heard about the Crusoe Tallgrass project that's in the permitting, and I just met with them yesterday. They're talking about starting to move dirt and get the land flat. As the commissioner said, our prairie looks flat, but when you actually get out there, it takes a lot of earthwork to build that system, and they hope to start building next year. We have Clean Spark and Kryptonite, and we have at least 10 more serious data center prospects on our list. So the question I keep asking is, you know, once they're here, if we got rid of this exemption, would they stay? And I think the answer to that is no. And when I met with a data center company, they showed me a Texas data center, large Texas data center that publicly talks about, I think they're forced to report. They have 8 data center buildings. Each building cost $1 billion to build. But the servers they put in there are $40 billion. And so if I use a Cheyenne or a Wyoming example, the sales tax on those servers would be $2.4 billion. And they refresh those every 3 years. So I'm not a computer expert, but the technology changes and they refresh those data center GPUs every 3 years. So over a decade, the sales tax on the servers that they've refreshed would cost more than the buildings. And so with states like Utah and other states having great incentives and having the same exemptions that we have, they would not stay in Wyoming. They wouldn't stay in Cheyenne. I believe that. One of the things I'm really excited about is data centers. We're starting to see complementary businesses. We just had one open up here in this last year. They do low voltage and security work for data centers. They have 60 jobs in Cheyenne now, and that's growing. So it's an exciting thing for us. With the announcement of the Caruso Tallgrass project, they're going to build a 1.8 gigawatt power facility. They're going to provide a gigawatt of data computing services or power. I'm getting a lot of questions, and some of those questions are about water. Do we have enough water in Wyoming, in Cheyenne to do that? So I asked our Board of Public Utilities, how much water do all the data centers that we have? And I think you have a map of all the data centers we have in Cheyenne or in the prospects that Betsy from Leeds gave you. We use a total of 140 acre feet of water a year right now on data centers. An acre foot is about 330 gallons of water. It's 1 foot of water over an acre. There would be enough water to do 560 homes. If you look at that, it is basically 1% of Cheyenne's total water usage, and it's about 0.5% of the total of water we have available to us. So I asked ChatGPT, how much water does an average pivot use for alfalfa? And they told me a normal quarter-mile pivot, 125 acres, uses 2.3 acre feet per acre or 290 acre feet of water a year. So one pivot uses more water than all of our data centers combined. And then electricity. Hyperscale users like ours use a tremendous amount of electricity. Cheyenne was a sleepy utility doing really well, 200 megawatts of electricity a year. Maybe peaking up around 300. We have data centers that use more than the complete city of Cheyenne did. And some of the data centers that are being built currently are going to use more electricity than our city, plus all the data centers that we have are currently using. And so the concern that has been asked of us is what you see around the country, and that is that will have a huge effect on our local ratepayers and our small businesses. But Black Hills Energy's tariff, that large power service contract or contract service tariff approved by the Public Service Commission, says that data centers have to pay all of their costs. They don't produce the electricity that data centers use. They buy that electricity, and it's interruptible. And they cannot cause harm to our local citizens or our ratepayers, both in small businesses. The Caruso project that's coming, they're building their own power generation behind the meter. So again, no harm will be done to those folks. So I think that's really important. I know there's other parts of the country where these are challenges, but they haven't been a challenge for us because I think the people understand our water needs, and we use a closed loop system that limits the amount of water we use. And our tariff makes sure that our citizens are protected from the data centers causing higher rates. Senator Lummis just wrote an op-ed, and it talks about President Trump's initiative to be the world leader in AI. And his comments were, if we lose the AI arms race, which they believe it is, then we'll surrender our economic and national security edge to the Chinese National or Chinese Communist Party. And he's encouraging us to do everything we can to win that race. One of the things I'm really excited about is we're using Wyoming's natural gas and coal to create electricity that we're going to use to manufacture data and create jobs in Wyoming. I will share with you, and I think I've shared with you guys this before, the city of Cheyenne, we don't benefit from all the natural resources. We have a lot of oil in Laramie County, but we don't physically see that. The property taxes that come from that go to the county. We don't get that. So to me, our data centers are our Jonah Field or our Powder River Basin. They're great paying jobs. And we have one data center that has a grant. And so they have to report to us their numbers. And the number we just got says they have 76 employees And the minimum payments that they make are $30.99 an hour, which is $65,000. They paid $7,067,757 in payroll for an average of $92,996 annually. They pay ad valorem taxes on all their servers and their equipment. They pay property taxes on everything. And their philanthropic stuff that they're doing in Cheyenne is amazing, and across Wyoming. I have listed that if you want it. So I really appreciate the discussion. But I will tell you what I think the business community is asking for is they're asking for stability and certainty. And these kinds of conversations, while they're very important, I think make our business community, when it's in the data center business, nervous. They need to know that we're in this for the long term so they can make these billions of dollars investment in our community. So I would ask you to send a message that Wyoming is open for business, that Mr. Trump's items of being the world leader in AI, that we're going to be part of that solution, and to keep this essential sales tax exemption in place for the servers and the equipment that goes into those servers. So thank you very much.
Questions for the mayor? Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My first question is, when you're talking about the power generation for the Black Hills Power in your area, are they receiving any Wyoming Energy Authority or Wyoming Business Council Business Ready grants, Business Ready Community grants?
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor?
through you, ma'am, I'm not sure I understood. Are you asking, are the data centers getting those grants?
Or the entities that would be involved with getting them in place?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I know that exact answer completely, but the first data center that came, the state of Wyoming invested about $20 million in helping get the NCAR, which is the data center that Wyoming is a big part of, the University of Wyoming, and there's a bunch of schools that do. They do atmospheric research. And then the first Microsoft data center, about $20 million worth of state money went into doing that. Since then, I am not aware, because a lot of times those grant requests would come through the city or they would come through the county. I'm not aware that they're asking for anything. Since that first data center, what data centers are asking for is permission. They're asking for us to site them. They're paying for, I think it was $88 million worth of infrastructure. They're building roads. They're building the water lines and sewer lines. They actually just built a road to a neighborhood that would be impacted by their development. People were worried about traffic, so they paved a second road into that development so those neighbors would be there. So they're not asking for anything from us. And what's really exciting about that for me is like the Bison Business Park, they built like 2 or 3 miles of roads. They built 2 or 3 miles of water and sewer lines that now open all of that land up for further development. So those business parks now will have the ability to have other Wyoming businesses have a place to come and to be successful. And we're seeing that in all of those data center campuses. They're coming, they're contracting with China Leads, who Betsy sitting next to me is the CEO, and I'm sure can expand on that a little bit more, but we're not seeing them asking for anything other than the ability to do business and take advantage of Wyoming.
Follow? Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. My follow-up will be, you speak about billions of dollars in investments. I'm wondering, do you have a contractual agreement with them to guarantee that that's happening in your community?
Mayor?
Mr. Chairman, through you, they haven't asked for anything, so we really don't have a contract with them to do it. But the industry standards, when you look at like the meta facility that they're building now, they haven't shared with me, but I've gone online to other states that have to disclose. And similar facilities like that, it does talk about what the numbers are. And so I feel very comfortable that when I say billions of dollars, that's not hyperbole.
Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming today, Mr. Collins. We're going to go back to power because you're talking that's where Wyoming makes its money off of these data centers for the most part. And you're talking 200 megawatts a year for each one of these. What kind of guarantees have we got? Where are you going to get that power? Have you guys contracted for power? Or, I mean, it's kind of I hate to leave an open book. Yes, we're going to throw all these exemptions in here for maybe. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. what are some guarantees and some solid things that the state of Wyoming can look at? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
Very good. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm on the stage now. David Bush with Black Hills Energy. As has been stated, we are the electric provider for City of Cheyenne and for many of the data centers. Representative Riggins, to answer your question, the power that we use to serve the data centers comes from the market primarily. We do have some baseload generation that they take. It's a lower amount, but primarily most of the energy that we get for the data centers is procured from the energy market through the grid. That's a big part of the reason why they like being connected to the grid and using their local utilities wherever they go. Data centers are power intensive, as we've heard about. It depends on what they're doing as far as how much power they need. Most of the figures, I don't even know them because they're not under NDAs, but they're not it's not information that is shared widely. And part of that is because of, again, trade secrets. You can figure out what they're doing. It's all that kind of stuff. There is no shortage of power for the City of Cheyenne. The City of Cheyenne is served by our coal facilities that are in Campbell County, and we have a natural gas generation facility that's east of Cheyenne. It's about 130 megawatts. And then our coal plant north or outside of Gillette is about 100 megawatts. We do have the ability to also supplement with market purchases if we need to, if there's a spike. But the data centers, there's a couple of, if you've been to Cheyenne lately, there's a solar facility south of town. It was built by a company called Q Cells, and then Southern Power bought that, which is a spinoff of a Southern company, which you may have heard of. It's a large utility energy company that's mostly in the southern part of the United States. Southern Power operates that solar facility. We move the power from that solar facility to the data centers that have contracted to use that. Enbridge has also announced that they want to do a large solar project around Cheyenne. So there's more projects there. The benefit that we see and that the customers of Cheyenne see is through our tariff that the mayor talked about. The tariff is designed in such a way that it does protect existing customers and our regular customers, if you want to call them that, the folks that aren't in the data centers. So their rates are not impacted by what the data centers do. If a data center needs power, we procure that power through the market and they pay for it entirely. If there's transmission, generation, any sort of infrastructure needs, the data center pays for that. We don't rate base that. Our other customers don't pay for that. Through our blockchain tariff that this legislature helped us establish in 2019 with legislation that was passed. And I'm sorry, so I know Chairman Locke and a few of you heard this at corporations last week, but another spin here. There's legislation that was passed in 2019 that helped us establish a tariff that was designed for Bitcoin miners. The legislature's done a lot of work in attracting Bitcoin miners to the state over the past 6-7 years. And we had concerns about their ability to use or provide a tariff that fit their needs. That is an interruptible tariff. So if somebody's mining Bitcoin, let's say they're using 100 megawatts of power, which is a lot of power, and we have a need for some of that power in the city of Cheyenne because it's a hot day and everybody's got their air conditioning on. We call the Bitcoin miner and say, hey, we need 50 megawatts of that power. And they say, great. And they shut down whatever amount of equipment it takes to provide that 50 megawatts. We can then have that power availability to serve our other customers. That also helps with redundancy when we have, say, substations. We may have 2 substations next to each other to make sure that they are transformers in those substations to make sure that we have enough redundancy. If one of the transformers goes down, we got another transformer that can kick on right away to make sure that people have their power. We can use that other transformer that's just sitting there idle for serving some of those customers. And that way we don't have those stranded assets. So there's a lot of benefits that we've been able to provide to our existing customers, as well as credits that they get. Our existing customers get a credit on their bill for the amount of power that especially the Bitcoin miners use. So it's helping to keep rates lower, especially in this day and age when everything is going up. The cost of doing business, the cost of capital, everything is going up. We've been able to mitigate some of that by bringing in these large power users and ensuring that we're protecting our existing customers, but also serving the economic development needs for the city of Cheyenne and really for the state.
Representative Kimball, please.
Thank you. And again, I do understand all that. The Dave Johnson Power Plant, my district, produces 722 megawatts. It's a pretty good sized power plant. So we're talking maybe 3 data centers. The people of Wyoming are not huge on the wind and solar and all that. There's a lot of complexities with that. You immediately defaulted to that, which makes me think that green energy is the direction that these companies are focused. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Representative Camel, many of them are, and that's why we procure the power through the market, because there's a lot of green energy on the market. There's been a lot of incentives over the past few years. This committee and others has talked about subsidies that have been provided to green energy over the years. So there has been a lot built. Texas is part of that. Texas and other areas that have vast swaths of land, built wind, built solar, they dump it on the market. Sometimes it's at almost a negative price. And that's what a lot of these companies are looking at. Now, as the race to, as the mayor mentioned, with AI and the race against China has started to ramp up, there's been a lot of conversion by some of these data center companies. They're becoming more fuel agnostic. They just want the power. Recently, within the last day or two, the state of Louisiana Public Service Commission just approved 3 gas plants, I think it was 3, that's going to be over 1 gigawatt worth of power to serve a meta facility in Louisiana. So that's a lot. 1 gigawatt's a lot. So as these data centers continue to grow, bless you, as these data centers continue to grow and expand, they need power fast. And really, they have become more agnostic. And I know it's maybe we'd all love to build more coal plants and do that, but in reality, the easiest for us to do is gas. Wind and solar can also be done. It's a little bit more of a process, but it really has become these companies looking for fast, available, reliable power. Natural gas fills that gap pretty quickly and easily. But again, with the market and our ability to get to the grid, we can find the power that they want. If they want renewables, we can do that as well. Their backup, a lot of them have their own backup power. That's either diesel or natural gas. So they can kick back on immediately. If there's an outage, their backup generation kicks on immediately and makes sure that they don't go down.
Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just real quick. Lot energy intensive, like you said, so-called green energy, all of the above are legacy industries. Haven't heard anything about nuclear. There's a lot of conversation going on around our state regarding that aspect. And I don't know if micro nuclear reactors are part of the conversation in these data centers. If somebody could answer that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator I can touch on that, I think briefly. For us, it hasn't been. We are certainly talking with nuclear development companies. Just that's the business we're in, is energy production, right? So if there's a new, not new, but if there's an interesting way to look at energy production, if there's new technology that's available, we're certainly going to look at it. I think nuclear is also something that data centers are looking at, maybe not in Wyoming, like I've said, not for us in particular. We have had conversations with some data centers that have been interested in that, if it's a possibility. I think some of the Trona mines on the west side of the state and some of the others are also looking at some of those smaller micro reactors. But for us, we're, again, doing everything we can to ensure that our existing customers, our everyday customers, are protected, and we're still doing what we can to help with the economic development for the city and for the state. I don't know if anybody else had anything.
Oh, Representative Store.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought I'd remind the committee that while we do exempt the initial purchase from sales tax, we do charge personal commercial property tax for the data centers. And I think the Microsoft Corporation is actually the largest personal property taxpayer in the state. Just looking at the three different accounts they have that are in Laramie County, that's $1.8 billion of fair market value. That translates to about $12 million for Laramie County in property tax. That doesn't quite make up for the 27 million that Laramie County lost from our residential exemptions, but it is not insignificant. And I do think that's just something else we need to consider. Thank you.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions, and perhaps Ms. Hale will need to jump in on some of this, but I kind of guess I'm the winner as far as the representative with the most data centers projected and existing in a House district. And I wonder if you could tell me, anybody, if there's any difference between a crypto miner and a data center along the lines of, for example, the projected Bison Business Park, the Tallgrass Crusoe project, Microsoft, because we're getting a lot of crypto miners in, and they are near housing, near residential areas. And so then we start talking, not just, I realize how much property tax some of these places are going to pay. It's significant. The income is significant, but we are also now starting to intrude on quality of life, and I'm hearing a lot of complaints. So I wonder if we could discuss that for a moment, please. And then I have a couple smaller ones.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, through you to Representative Lucas, and thank you, Representative Lucas, for reaching out to me a few days ago so that I could get this data for you. There is a substantial difference between a crypto mining facility run by CleanSpark or Kryptonite.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself? I apologize. I didn't
Sorry,
catch your name.
Sorry, yeah,
No
I
problem.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. My name is Betsy Hale. I'm the CEO of Cheyenne Leads in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and we are a 501c6 nonprofit economic development organization that started in 1986 for the purpose of developing economic diversification in Cheyenne and Laramie County. Thank you. So sorry for that. So one of the things in response to Representative Lucas's question is that the mayor and our team at Cheyenne Leads have been working very closely with their development services department to develop a noise standard specifically for those crypto mining facilities. You may recall that we really only have 2 companies, but there are 4 locations. So one is in a location over by the Archer Event Center campus, close to your home and your constituencies. And that one is a project that the mayor's been working very closely with, not only yourself, but other folks with the company and with Black Hills. Black Hills has been a great partner in helping I guess, reduce the amount of energy that they're receiving so that they can begin to address that noise issue. We're also putting up mitigation structures. We have a CleanSpark facility in our North Range Business Park campus, and they have had to go in and put in sound barriers, and they're working on different strategies for that, much like you would see around a fracking well, to mitigate sound and unsightliness and things. So I think we're going to get there. The large data center campuses make very little noise, but certainly those crypto mining facilities, and we're working with them and putting some more regulations in place. Great question.
Follow up, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, follow up. I have not talked to Mayor Collins about this because I don't live in Cheyenne. And I have talked to our county, and we don't have noise ordinances out there. But I can tell you that once you stand in your yard and you hear the noise, you can't unhear it. And less than it's a quarter mile from where I live, is right over the berm from one of that data center. And it is very loud indeed. And there's no noise mitigation. And I've talked to the owner on that one, and I have gotten no favorable response. But we don't have ordinances out there. So it is truly, becoming a concern with quality of life. I will say though, that the Clean Spark facility on Venture Drive has recently put in noise mitigation barriers, and they are quite effective. And that's a good thing. But we don't really have a deal where this is guaranteed to my folks. And my house district goes all the way to the state border. So every one of those on the east side of South Greeley Highway is basically in my land there, where people call me to complain about it. So I guess I'm wondering is what are your recommendations for my folks? I'm not telling anybody to sell and move because I live there too, but we'd like to enjoy the fruits of the benefits of these data centers while also maintaining a quiet place to live without garbage blowing into our yards. So I ask you for your recommendations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, one of the things that I'll be doing is reaching out to the county commissioners and talking to their public works folks, so we can see if we can start to, and even their development services folks, to see if we can start to get some kind of an ordinance put in place regarding the noise. So we can certainly help you with that, and I'll follow up with you.
Representative Lean. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Bush. Thank you for coming today. Has Black Hills Energy gone through the PSC to ask for any kind of recapture fees or restructuring in your process for transmission lines for your residential customers to absorb some of the cost?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, as far as if we build a line for a data center, what the cost would be for our residential customers or the regular other customers, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. If you put in a solar farm that then needs a transmission line, are you going through the PSC to then ask for a recapture rate for your residential customers?
I think I understand the question. Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, so if the line needs to be built, say from that solar farm that Southern Power now operates on the south side of Cheyenne, the line that would be built from that solar farm to, say, Microsoft would be paid for by Microsoft. The benefit that we see for other customers is we can still use that line for other redundancies, for moving power around. If we lose a line in another part of our territory, we can still use that line for moving power for the other customers. But it is basically built and paid for by Microsoft itself. We would go to the Public Service Commission if we had a need to build something that would be for the rest of our rate base, because we are a regulated utility, so we can't just build whatever we want. If it's for an individual customer like that, I believe, and I'm a little shaky on some of the PSC processes, we would file a report and discuss it with them, but we don't have to get approval for that because it's not being rate-based to the rest of our customers. It's a project we're doing for that one customer that would be using that.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lean.
My next question would be about data centers that provide their own power plants. Do you anticipate that to become, and maybe this is for Ms. Hale, do you anticipate that some of these data centers will be bringing their own power sources, power plants with them on their own facilities?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a
Go ahead.
step. Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, most of the data centers do have their own backup. Like I said, they have to kick back on immediately. For them, losing power is losing money, so they can't afford to be down like that. They do for their purposes, being connected to the grid is beneficial because it allows them access to the market. It's a reliability thing for them. They don't want to be on an island because if they're relying only on their own generation, if that generation goes down, they don't have any sort of a backup. So their preference is to be located in an area where there is access to the grid through their local utility, and then have their own backup on site that can kick on if need be. But I think the energy markets are changing, as we're seeing with this Crusoe and Tallgrass project that was the mayor discussed earlier. That is something that I think is we're going to see more of across the country as companies decide that they want to build their own particular kind of generation, and it in their mind may be faster and easier. And I don't have all the details, and there's a lot of non-disclosure agreements in place with Tallgrass, and the mayor may probably know more than I do about it. But there's the potential for a lot of companies to work within themselves. In this case, the natural gas may be coming from a Tallgrass project, and I don't know this. This is conjecture on my part. Tallgrass may have some natural gas they can use to build. Crusoe is the developer, the site developer. They can build the generation. Tallgrass supplies the natural gas, something like that. I think you're going to see a lot more of that around the country. Some places, and I don't want to pat ourselves on the back too much, but I would say some utilities and other places may not be as willing to work with data centers and other large users. And that may be part of the reason why you're seeing more behind the meter and self-generation and interest there. For us, we have, I think, been a good partner for a lot of these companies, which is why we're seeing Microsoft has basically continued construction since they moved into Cheyenne 10 years ago. They've been building and developing in the city, and now Meta is coming, and some of the other projects the mayor and Betsy touched on. It's because of the ability they have to work with us and have the access to the grid and have the stability and the reliability that the grid offers to the local utility. I rambled a lot, so I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for being here. But I'm gonna default back. I wanna know what you guys have done to engage with the people here, because ultimately our decisions are to benefit the state of Wyoming, or thus the people. Most of the angle that I've heard here, I haven't heard the people at all. All I've heard about is this business wants to do that, this business wants to do that. Have we engaged? What kind of public comment periods have we had? What do the folks feel about this? Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, Senator, through you
Yes, ma'am.
to Representative Campbell. If I could address that question, but I'd also like to clarify some comments that have been made by my colleagues so that we're all on the same page and everybody has the same data. First of all, I'd like to talk about one particular project that Cheyenne Leads recently worked on, and that was the development of a Microsoft data center directly adjacent to a Black Hills Energy gas plant. And one of the things that the company was very concerned about is there is a neighborhood to the northwest of that campus. And so Microsoft was very clear, and they asked Cheyenne Leads to host a community meeting. And we, instead of just inviting the people that were regulatorily required to be noticed and invited to a public meeting, we invited the entire neighborhood. And what that led to was a very robust attendance at a church in that neighborhood, and a really robust dialogue and an education opportunity, not only regarding concerns about the data center, but just concerns in general with city police departments and city traffic regulations and city business codes and things like that. So your point is very well taken. What that led to, though, and this meeting was about 4 years ago, was Microsoft heard challenges that this community or this part of our city was having, that they weren't getting any action or anything done. And so Senator Brennan actually was in that meeting as well, and she lives in that neighborhood. And she was able to specifically talk about things like speed and truck traffic and dangerous intersections and no walkability. And so the trail that the mayor just discussed and the improvements to Burlington Trail were actually projects that came from a community meeting. And so I think what we're seeing now is that the companies want to engage those neighbors more. One of the other things that they do, Representative Campbell, is they try to cite the data centers themselves, thankfully, behind a lot of our topography that we have naturally here in Wyoming. And so you'll see demonstrations of view sheds being preserved and view corridors and buffs being preserved. So we hope that all of our data center companies, as they continue to grow, will continue to utilize those community meetings and keep the people informed.
Representative Campbell and committee, actually, I do want to take a moment and take a step back. I want to make sure that, I'm sorry, and this is probably my fatigue, and I'll start there, but I want to make sure we take a step back. Our real focus here is on the state's revenue and the issues associated with that. So I just want to make sure we take that step back, because one of the things we've done is I think we've gotten a little bit off track on that one. So please keep your questions there. Let's talk about that. Representative Storr actually gave some good information, but that was actually one piece of the overall revenue model. I know it was talked about by Director Fanning, some of the other revenue components of this, but I'm sorry, I want to drag it back on track with that, so we understand that, because what we see is there's a plethora of exemptions, and what we'd like to understand, I think, more broadly is, how are they generating the revenue streams that are appropriate for our locals and for our state? And are they serving that purpose, or are they getting some special case? I completely understand we'll do certain things to get business into the state. And I think Representative Storr gave a good example where we do generate some revenue, but I just want to make sure we understand that. That's at least where my brain is on this topic, and I want to not deviate too far from it.
So Representative Chairman Locke, if I could please, and committee, you were all given this copy of this Why Data Centers Are Important to Wyoming. One of the things that I started doing 5 years ago when I came to Cheyenne Leads was I really wanted to understand if there was a return on investment for giving land as an incentive. If you don't know the history of Cheyenne Leads, we were started in 1986. We started a fundraising campaign called Progress and Prosperity One, and we raised about $1.6 million. What that $1.6 million was used is to buy 900 acres of land in partnership with Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power to build a business park called the Cheyenne Business Parkway Business Park. If you know Cheyenne, you'll know there's a Lowe's distribution center there. The EchoStar satellite uplink facility is there. There's a new Microsoft data center there. We also have a new Eagle Claw manufacturing campus there that's also going to be growing with another 160,000 square foot expansion soon. So we'll be bringing a great manufacturing company to that site. In 2006, we started a Progress and Prosperity Campaign 2 for the North Range Business Park, and that's the location of the first Microsoft data center that you see highlighted here on the map, and that's B, and that campus alone, since its opening, has paid $6.75 million in just the real property. And one of the things that I think Director Fanning alluded to, and that Representative Storr so well presented, and thank you, I'd love to know where you're getting all that great confidential information, But that 12 million of business personal property tax is not reported on this sheet. The source of this information is a source that is available to you. It's a gentleman by the name of Alex Gebbin. And Alex is an energy economist at the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis. One of the challenges when it comes to gathering tax information is that I'm not a public entity, and a lot of tax information and a lot of corporate information is highly confidential and it's not shared publicly, especially when it comes to payroll and things. But by working with our partners at the university, they can get access to that information. And so big shout out to the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis. And I just wanted to point out a few things. You know, the mayor talked about the 1% use of water in data centers. Data centers have now gone to somewhat of a similar radiant cooling type system, much like your radiators in your car and antifreeze and things like that. So it's very low water use. They will spend inordinate amount of times trying to understand neighborhood impacts, transportation impacts, and that's why we've been working with both Microsoft and Meta on managing the offsite construction of the sewer, the water, the roads, the fiber. And if you come down to Cheyenne, I'd love to take you on a little tour of not only the Meta campus, but several of the Microsoft centers. Aaron Taylor is here, and we can arrange tours for you to see sites under construction and sites and centers that are fully operational. They're also very philanthropic. I received an email from Chris Mickey, who many of you may know through his work at the WBA. He's now Meta's government and community relations person, and they've already invested $250,000 in philanthropic efforts. If you come to town and you see the water towers on the north side of town, they made a substantial contribution to the artists to come in and paint those water towers. They've also set up programs with Laramie County Community College. Both Microsoft and Meta have scholarship programs and internship programs, and the salary that our mayor here was talking about, that is actually an entry-level salary for a graduate of a program at LCCC, which is a certificate program that they can come right out of that certificate program and go into a $60,000 a year job. So the salaries that are generated here, the $144,000 is an operations position within our data centers in Wyoming. And I want to emphasize too, we have a lot more data centers than just Microsoft and Meta data centers. One of our earliest data center companies was Greenhouse Data, Lunavi, Sam Galiotos, many of you may know him. He's the CEO there. They have a large campus in our Cheyenne Business Parkway Business Park. They're actually expanding that campus. But we do have other hyperscaler and then not so hyperscaler data centers. A&B Bank has a large data center in our downtown. And so we just want to be sure that, you know, Cogent is an old phone company data center that's still in town, Mountain West Technologies. So you can see this map. In the first column, it's the current projects that are either open and operating. So EchoStar, of course, has been in Cheyenne since 1992, or projects that are under construction. The column on the right are planned or announced data centers. So one of the things we want to make sure you know is that all of this information is publicly available. I will say that it's dated. Data has a shelf life. So Alex was only able to get year-end 2023 data. So we're about 16-month lag time, something like that. The mayor may have some newer information, but what happens when you take away the sales and use tax exemption on data center equipment is it is available in 35 other states. So it takes Wyoming immediately off the table. And I did also get confirmation from EchoStar yesterday that if we were to take the sales and use tax exemption on data center equipment, they'll do their next expansion in Gilbert, Arizona, because they can get that exemption there. And so I think it's important when we say, will they come or won't they come? And if there's been a return on investment, to just kind of put a little more detail on the Governor Mead's program and how the data center came here. We started working with Microsoft. Bob Jensen and the team at the Business Council started working with them in 2006. They did not make a decision to come until 2012. The incentive was a little bit different. Cheyenne Leeds owned the business park, and so the land was the incentive that was put on the table for the first Microsoft campus. Governor Meade came in with a $5 million data center recruitment fund. At that time, the state of Wyoming had a data center recruitment fund. We do not have that now. And then we came in with a BRC grant. That was what I wanted to answer Representative Lean's question. So there was really only $10 million that was put into that project in addition to the land incentive. Since that time, Microsoft has not received a land incentive. They have not been given land for free. Since that time, they have invested $3.1 billion, and we project that their full investment over the next 5 to 10 years will be another 10 to 15 billion. And when I say investment, it's not just the land cost, it's not just the building cost, it's really the server cost. And you had a shelf life question. I think there was, how long do these things last? So why this exemption is so important is the company will come in and they will build one unit. And then that takes about 3 years. So it's not something that, so they'll announce, but they won't open up for about 3 years. When they open that center up, they'll go in to build the next center, the next building, and they'll build that building. And in 3 years, they'll get that built. By the time they get that built, they have to go back to the first one and redo it. And they have to put new servers. And that's where this becomes more expensive. They get that done. They go build the third building. 3 years later, they go back to the second. And it's this constant going forward and going backwards. And that's why you see this exemption being so important. So I did put the numbers there. You can read these, what the jobs are, not only in Wyoming, broken down into Laramie County. One of the things I also want to explain too is that a lot of the information is kept confidential, not only if there was some intellectual property, but remember that these are publicly traded companies. They're some of the companies that are the largest in the world. And I hate to say that I could be privy to insider information and go out and buy stock in different companies, but we know about growth in these companies long before even the companies know, right? We deal with them 6 years before they actually make an announcement. And so it's so important that people remember that these are publicly traded companies. There are Securities Exchange Commission regulations. If you need to see their financials, it's available online in their K-10s. But again, if it's competition is how the world works, right? And so if a large company is looking at acquiring land, they don't want to see artificial exuberance in the land prices. So that's why when we talk about this confidentiality, it's not just because of some type of intellectual property. It's really about the future growth of their organization and their stock price and their board of directors being concerned. And so I wouldn't want to overstate the IP thing. And I think Representative Locke, you said that very well. The other piece too, I think that's important is in my history, 5 years working with these companies here in Cheyenne, they don't have anyone standing outside the data center looking at what color the electron is. And the very first Microsoft data center was plugged right into a natural gas plant. And so these data center companies do use black electrons, brown electrons. They really don't care what color the electron is. And they just are glad to have a great partner. And I do want to emphasize that we have at Cheyenne Leeds wanted to share opportunities for data centers with Gillette, with Evanston, with Sweetwater County. And it's really important that the utility wants that too. And so without the tariff and the cooperation of Black Hills Energy, this data center economy in Cheyenne would not, in Laramie County, would not be happening. It really wouldn't, sir. And I'm about to wrap it up. As far as it goes with reporting, in about 30 other states, it's a mandatory requirement to report when you receive any types of exemptions or incentives. I have talked to the data center companies probably for the last 3 years, and as long as they're aware of it and as long as it's a really usable form and a format, they're willing to report. They're more than happy to report. And by the way, they pay a substantial amount of money in sales taxes on power, which again, I can't get that information. And so I noted that there, that the annual impact is about 318 million, but it does not include that business personal property tax that Representative Storer talked about, and it also doesn't include the tax on power. So, and those are big numbers. And so I do want to note that this is a very conservative document, and we had a third party at UW do it who's in the energy economics world. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming. And I think they're wonderful companies. And I think the marriage between you guys is fantastic. But I think the issue we're looking for, Director Fanning, are you going to give us at least a list of the type of exemptions and some rough data by tomorrow? I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm not trying to end it, because it is very engaging. But at the end of the day, when we start making tax decisions, it really comes down to money. And if it's not that bad, like I said, I love your companies. I think it's a great idea. And I think, I'm not speaking for everybody here, or maybe I am, you've sold us on it. We're sold. Now we just need to know the impact. Thank you, Director Fanning.
Any other questions? And let's keep it, let's put this thing in the ground. Okay. Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hale, you mentioned a $10 to $15 billion impact in the coming future. Can you tell me, is that in the data center itself? Okay.
That's the capital investment that they'll be making for the data center campuses themselves.
Okay. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that you've driven all the way up here and spent the whole day with us. Thank you. It's real important to me. Ms. Hale, could you tell me just briefly the difference between direct and indirect impact? And then just a follow up on that, what portion of the economic value added would stay in Laramie County? Just your guess.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Hale.
great question. I didn't intend to give an economic development 101 talk, but that's always a good thing, right?
And
so that
try to keep it pretty focused.
the direct impact are the direct jobs in that data center. So they work for the company. The indirect jobs are also jobs in the data center. But if you know much about data centers, you know there's a lot of HVAC, there's a lot of sheet metal. So there's a lot of people that work within the data center, but they may not work for the company. And then the induced jobs are jobs that are induced by the work of the data center, the work of the indirect jobs. And so those might be folks that work out at Black Hills Energy. They might be folks that do business with the data center that are a contractor that comes in. And so those are the three different categories that we try to measure to get the total impact. And then as far as what stays, what we did is we broke down Laramie County in particular as out from the Wyoming data center numbers. So the Wyoming numbers include the Laramie County number. And then the one thing I forgot to mention as well is that when we talked about that original incentive over in the North Range Business Park with the land and the $10 million, we've been measuring that return on investment since then. And for every dollar that was invested in the development of that business park and the free land that was given to them, so the infrastructure, but today we received $28.89 in real revenue, real tax revenue to all three levels of government in the state of Wyoming. Now, we do that in aggregate for both of our business parks for all of the companies, so everyone from Sierra to Lowe's to the data centers, et cetera. And as an aggregate, we receive about $8.10 in real tax revenue to the state of Wyoming for every dollar that was put into the infrastructure in the land in both of those business parks. So we are tracking that. We're always trying to make sure that those resources, whether they were tax dollars or private sector dollars from our Progress and Prosperity campaign, work. And I can tell you that after 40 years, how we have done economic development in Cheyenne and Laramie County has worked. Thank you. Great questions.
Thank you. And like we've got a bunch of tired people. So, and at this point, I think it would be a mistake to try to bring more people up here to talk. So if there is, we'll find out if there's anybody who wants to talk or additional questions in the morning. Is the committee okay with that? If we call them tonight, I don't think there'll be a lot of follow-up, so we'll try to keep this simple. And honestly, I don't really think that the committee has enough functioning brain cells to actually discuss too much of this topic moving forward. So that being said, any comments or questions from the committee? All right, then we'll see everyone in the morning, and we are shut down for the evening at least.